Hello, happy Friday. This is J.N.S. And I hope you guys had a great week. We are with Knox University, and today I do have a presentation that I would like to display. I just want to make sure that my sound is good. And so once we do that, then we'll get started. Right now I'm live, but let me just make sure that screen, this was pre-recorded a couple of days ago. And obviously, as you see in the title, we're talking about, um, the it's kind of like a flashback in time, but it's also updated to where the things I'm going to be talking about can be applied today in 2025. But we're going to be talking about rebuilding Tulsa, like what does that look like, and revisiting the war on drugs, because when we talk about enshrouded taciturn warfare, there's tactics that like are meant to appear to be doing one thing when the agenda is another, and then oftentimes it can go undetected, unfortunately, for quite a bit of time, just like the 1994 crime bill, in terms of, okay, my sound is good. When, there were Black Americans that agreed to have that 1994 crime bill and signed off and endorsed it, rather, only for, them to have to apologize a good 20, 30 years later or whatever. And so same thing with the war on drugs. It wasn't really, a major success in tackling the drug issue. It was actually a taciturn and shrouded tactic to appear to be attacking drug use, but really it was demonizing and pathologizing drug use without offering any viable solutions to people who got on drugs. And then we're also going to talk about like the actual tactics that were used to actually get Black Americans on drugs, how the drugs got into the community, who was paid to bring them in, how the government was involved. We're going to talk about all of that. But then on top of that, we see tactics like such as this enshrouded taciturn warfare being used in 2025. Now, obviously, it's not necessarily the war on drugs, but we're dealing with reclassification. We're dealing with covert ethnocide. We're dealing with the influencer culture that is also meant to distract. So there's a lot of distractions and psyops. There's always been psyops, but it's ramping up more than ever. And so, we're just taking a trip down memory lane and also contextualizing, but also bring it up to 2025 in terms of the $1.9 trillion industry that could even be created today. It could have been created then, but it can also still be created, well, with just a little bit of ingenuity. Let me just make sure, because I do know that we are on. Okay. And so let's continue. The next thing that we'll be talking about is, can marriage close the wealth gap? And so there was this discussion in terms of, can marriage close the wealth gap? And I want to contextualize the whole cultural shift from marriage during Reconstruction period to Black codes, and then to LBJ politics, which was in the 1960s. After that, we'll talk about Phosphorus to Flourine, which is Morningstar codes. These are like, for Phosphorus and Flourine is light and electronegativity. So we'll talk a little bit about that. We'll bring that home. That's situated within the context of some things we're going to be talking about. And then I'm going to just talk briefly about like an invention that could be used to build up, when we talk about the hair industry, the Black church, research and development, intellectual property, things that can bolster, or things that can build up an economy. Those things have to be well thought out, and that's not the same as spending power. So having an industry or building up an industry is not the same as having a bunch of spending money, pretty much. And it's not even the same as group economics. We're just talking about like the potentialities. Obviously, the industries we're going to be talking about is not the only one. I would even suggest to expand it. Yeah, let's continue. We'll play this presentation that's already pre-recorded, and I'm going to mute my mic, and we're off to the races.
Hello, this is J.N.S with Knox University, and I just want to talk about, what it means to
I was walking around at this time, so if you hear stuff shuffling, it's just walking around.
build economy off of IP. In particular, the context is it is going to be in the context of the Black community. And, I'm 33 years old. I was born in 1992. And so, we know the history of some things, and we know the war on drugs, we know the underground economy, and we know some things that undermine the Black community. Not some things, we know a lot of things. But I was thinking about, like, how would one, like, circumvent or circumnavigate, or rather undo and do our own counterintelligence on that onslaught as it relates to the hair industry, the R&D, research and development of IP. Obviously, I've been thinking about that for the music industry as well, because a lot of Black Americans like to do music. But when I was really thinking about was like, obviously we know about the spending power, right? We know about, like, I think they say it's like 1.6 trillion of spending power. But I was thinking about, what is the industry power? What is the IP power? Or what could have been the industry power, or what could have been? So woulda, coulda, shoulda, right? As far as our, we have many sellouts in the community, and we have people that has failed us, older generation, and people even today alike. And so I want to, this may be offensive to some people, but I am going to give solutions as per usual. And this is a intellectual simulation or case study into how we could have, like, had I been in the 80s, had I been in the 70s, had I been in the 60s, had I had access to, be able to influence my community in a way that I freely wanted to before getting shadow banned and censorship. They just suspended my X account illegally due to what they, to me, what they said it was. They have no proof of it. If I was to take them to court, they would totally lose that. So they illegally suspended my X account. But to be honest, X has been very abusive since the takeover from Jack Dorsey. Excuse me. Since that takeover, X has been incredibly abusive to Black Americans. And so obviously, in lieu of me, exposing quite a bit about their system, and I'm not a part of their system, and as it relates to shadow government, secret societies, the way in which a lot of the government is stage theater, and how the sacrifice system works, how they target people and all those things, all that stuff. And so I think that's really the real reason, just a cover up. There is a concerted effort to cover up and keep all those things out of the mainstream. Even though most people know about it, not even just from me, but just from, it's people that have been talking about that shit for 10 years, decades. And so it's a pretty, well-known thing. I just think it's more covert in terms of people talking about it publicly. But I was telling my story, my situation, and wanting to help other people. And that led to, my account being suspended. I know people was happy, but laugh now, cry later. Because if they could do that to me, they'll do that to anybody. Like the email that they sent, there's literally zero reason for my account to be suspended. But at the same time, it was causing issues for me in terms of seeing that level of racism just be able to go unchecked. And it was bringing out a lot of my dark side, like me going off on white people, me cussing out people who couldn't get it, as far as like hearing things of acquiescence or clear illogical idiosyncrasies as it relates to the actions that Black Americans should take in this day and age, especially the youth. And so it really angered me. So I'm all on there venting and going off on things. So I get it, but it still is not enough compared to, the accounts that are going around calling people the N-word with the hard ER online, the monkey and all these things. And just for somebody saying good morning, people under the comments saying, oh, you an N-word monkey, y'all go back to Africa. Like, it's like, what? And then nothing happens to those accounts. So my account was suspended because of, for one, now that pretty much, if you notice, even Elon himself, he copies like most of the stuff from the Knock the Order website, like all that stuff about truth and enlightenment, all of my frameworks. Like they're trying to figure out a way to copy. They use their data source and their grok is extremely biased. I'm the inventor of an invention aggregation framework that connects the GPU, even of NVIDIA, to the AI mainframe. And we talked about how to do that with the MRIs. And obviously that was my capstone at Columbia University. That happened in 2018. That's why they suspended the account, because all of that evidence was on there. So that evidence is still up publicly. It will go up on other social media sites as well that are not algorithmic bias and shadow banning and all this stuff. So it will still be out there. Absolutely. Like if y'all gonna do something, motherfucking do it and wait for World War, whatever else gonna happen, it will happen. Okay, we already know the rest of the seals, everything. So whatever, I'm not backing down. I'm not changing because I know how the way they move. That's the way a devil moves. Always steal, kill, and destroy, copy and gaslight, dark psychology. That's their system. It's a very easy system to detect, and they will usually always copy the light, but they have no light, clearly. But enough on that. Let's get back to discussing. We're going to talk about what could have, would have, should have with industry as it relates to what Black men should have done instead of going to sell drugs to their own community in the 80s and taking deals with the FBI to do it, per Rick Ross' words. The other Rick Ross that went to prison. We're going to talk about that, what they could have done. We're going to talk about what Black women could have done as it relates to the hair industry and giving $8 billion a year to the Koreans. This is something we can actually probably still do. The ideas I'm going to give can actually probably spark an idea in a righteous youth, Black youth, or person to take the ideas and run with it, and probably could create something really magnificent. I'm literally going to give y'all an invention, a real easy one I just came up with 10 minutes ago. I don't have time to invent it. I don't even care to invent it. It's just that it popped in my head real quick. So somebody, one of you Black Americans, you're going to invent it. If you're not, then don't say nothing when the white people, because they're going to probably most likely take it. So you better run to it. And I'm giving you permission to get a patent on this. Okay. But you better do it as soon as possible. Yeah, I can sound crazy or delusional or whatever, but just hear me out. So we know that there was a war on drugs. We know that, even a CIA officer admitted that the Black community was targeted to bring the cartel, the drugs into the Black community, and how it was all set up for the government right after the civil rights and Black Power movement and the Black Panther movement. He admitted that. He was killed. It was something that Black people already had knew, though. It was just shocking to see a CIA officer admit it, probably out of guilt and, not realizing like this shit ain't cool. So what did he do? He told. And, just like Ted Gunderson, the chief of the FBI, told that the targeted individual program existed. COINTELPRO, Project Phoenix, with how they pay people to gang stalk people, how they work in a network to do no-touch psychological warfare on the citizens that they feel are too intellectual, whistleblowers, certain bloodlines, people who offend people who just want to get revenge for hire. Ted Gunderson, the chief of the FBI, created an affidavit admitting that it was all true. He got killed. And so, that's what it is. So when we talk about the war on drugs, in combination with, underground economy, even the pimparchy, as they say, right? There could have been other measures had people not been so gung-ho for money and selling out, that could have taken place, that could have got Black Americans in the trillions in terms of not just spending power, but industry power. And so not just social capital, but IP capital, okay? Intellectual property. The first is, instead of developing an underground economy to sell drugs to the community, selling drugs to pregnant women, selling drugs to Black women, youth, selling drugs to Black men with potential to go invent things, selling drugs to Black men who were probably going to be a father, going to do inventions, all types of shit, construction, all types of stuff. Same with Black women. So instead of doing that, the niggas could have thought literally of how to take over that hair industry Instead of a nigga saying, hey, I want to go pimp my women and you're going to pimp and we're going to pimp you to the white man, all they had to do was say, we gonna, y'all sitting there love his hair and shit. We gonna find a way to develop. Okay, sorry if there was a pause. I had to actually take a call. And so we were talking about the underground economy in terms of the pimparchy, in terms of like the concerted effort, in terms of what mistakes were made. I don't even think they were mistakes. I think that it was just a clear concerted effort for people to be individualistic and look out for themselves instead of the collective. Even when there were people, we were talking about the 1980s, the war on drugs with, is that Ronald Reagan, right? Richard Nixon. Is it Richard Nixon? Let me just Google that real quick. So I'm not in front of, I'm recording off of actually, I'm not going to offer up that information. It's not important. Let me just type in war on drugs. Is that Ronald Reagan or Nixon? Okay, I'm just looking for Richard Nixon. Okay, so it wasn't Ronald Reagan, it was Nixon. Okay, so we know about that. And we know per CIA officer in the Rick Ross testimony that they went into the community, the FBI went into the community, they were paying Black men to sell drugs to their community. They even targeted some people, like Tupac's mom was targeted by the FBI and they told the dude to literally go get her hooked on drugs. And when she had Tupac in jail and pregnant and whatnot. But a lot of people don't know that. That is a real story. You can go do research on it. They went to Tupac's mother, her boyfriend at the time. They pick and chose a boyfriend, some guy, a plant, and his job was literally to get her hooked on drugs. I have seen that multiple times with other Black people as well. Even I know a man, actual family member, that told me that crack made it to Buffalo in around 1990s, and they were going around specifically to the Black people and saying, here, put this in your coffee. And these were people that were working jobs. They were working, and they would at the job and literally say, here, put this in your coffee. And they would give it to them. And they would say, this is going to relax you. And it was crack or cocaine rather, and then it's highly addictive. And so people were getting set up literally that way too. This was a military war. We talk about taciturn and shrouded warfare, which is designed to go undetected for at least around 50 years. And so the other person cannot pick it up. The community can't pick it up. It's short-term gain. So if you know there's a community that deals with desperation, that deals with racial wealth gap and racial stratification in the caste system, then they're going to deal with issues of instant gratification and short-term gain instead of long-term. And so you're dealing with people that play long games. You're dealing with people who will plan 50, 100 years out. And so they say, okay, we know these people deal with instant gratification. We could just throw money at anything and they'll do it. We tell them to go sell these drugs to your community. We give them money. We'll turn the other cheek. They give us intel. They'll be informants. They'll make money. They'll bring in whoever, fresh souls to the system. They'll ruin souls. That especially if we can go literally tell them, go try to get them person hooked on drugs. And that's another way when we talk about the Project Phoenix program. This version is morphing of COINTELPRO. And so that happened. But instead of doing that, they had a choice. They could have said, no, I value my community enough. Oh, shit, I'll go. The Italians, they said they sold, they said you couldn't sell it to your own. You had to do it to another community. The Italians had that rule. You don't sell to your own. The Black people didn't. I mean, y'all gonna be offended by this today. Look, we're gonna be trying to attack this video too. Is it the truth or is it not? I wouldn't know all of us, but clearly somebody got some character issues around here. They've been had some character issues, and they got character issues in this fucking community today. And so it's up for somebody to tear the frame out these motherfucking niggas that keep doing this shit, because they doing it today, and it morphed. They want to bring you into politics now, or the music industry. So it has morphed. But we have, this war on drugs, Richard Nixon. We know it's a government psyop or whatever, and it not even just a psyop, but a literal war. They told you. But if you talk about drugs, and then if a little bit of codes, Druids, the Celtic, there's no coincidence that most Black Americans have Irish surnames. But we see when you drugs, you break it down, and you get the frequency is like Druids, war on Druids, because we talking about Now there are white people that have Druids ancestry too, but we're talking about drugs, and then you put the Druid and then G.S. We ain't gonna get into that, but that can be like Goss or I don't want to get into, because then I'm breaking down too many codes, but there's a code within that too, that GS. But you gotta just, so for those who know, and I'm not saying go all on the internet and break it down publicly, but for those who can read between the lines what I'm saying and know etymology and phonetics and certain codes of how you can move words around in terms of anagrams, you would even know. You'll see it. I could probably find another. I'm trying to think if there's any anagrams around drugs. This is like drain the swamp. Swamp means more. I didn't know that, but swamp literally means a moor. M-A-U-R and M-O-O-R, more, drain the moor. And so that's the language is very important, because it's a part of the way you would conduct your radionics, your psychotronics, and your masonry, or even your scavenger magic. And see, people may or will not, be aware of that. And so even the people that are the victims of it may not be aware. If you think Black people that had the war on drugs declared, it was really a war on them. It was a call for war on these Druid niggas, these Judahite heirs. You think they knew that? No. And again, not everybody in the community is a Judahite heir. I'm not trying to tell people what they are. People got to do, they got an individual story. They got a genealogy, which is records, not DNA. They have their genealogy records. They have things that they are, that's within their bloodline and admixtures. So I'm not here to just say blanket all of it. But war on, war on drugs. But they could have said no. If we had we always had a value system. We've always had a value system. We've always known things beyond anything you could imagine. Okay. And so, they could have said no, but they didn't. They took the money and sold drugs to their own community and ruined their community, to be quite frank. And in many levels, we talk about the crack baby. No, I wasn't a crack baby. Thankfully, my mom never did drugs of that caliber, nothing like that. But, we know that, but, a lot of us have fathers that have, a lot of us have aunties and uncles that have, even, sibling, including myself, aunties and uncles, all of that. We've all been impacted by the war on drugs in the 1980s. It's a fact. You might, if it's not your female parent, it may be your male parent. They were systematically giving Black people drugs. I heard this decades for a long time, but then to hear even my own family members say, well, they walked up to me and said, here, put this in your coffee. White folk, put this in your coffee. It's going to make you feel so, and they do it, and they go on, and he said, why are they going on to the Black people though? They work in professional jobs. He wasn't going to school. He was in college. You see, this ain't no motherfucking game. We talk about taciturnity tribal warfare, because it's happening today. And these niggas is walking right into the trap, and they trying to make me seem crazy. Delete my ex. They got the niggas in on it. They happy. They can't get it. I know they shake it. They doing a little jig because I was blasting a motherfucking COINTELPRO Black agent too. The pro Black agents. So, but no, niggas, there's other social medias. And in fact, I'm looking for real alternative medias that's not bought and paid for, lying to the people, stealing, lying to the people. They come up with original thoughts. That's not algorithmic bias. That's not worried about shadow banning. Oh, it's all types of alternative platforms. I'm willing to even get something that's totally out of the, they don't even got a, mainstream presence. I'm totally willing to give them a chance. They got a couple of people up on there, especially if they talking about the shit I'm talking about. Very alternative stuff. That's the real alternative. They done turn X into a damn cesspool. They done turn X into some nonsense. Nothing but propaganda. They call it they call it propaganda, to try to control the narrative of things around wars and around events, around the way in which people have been attacked and genocided, the way in which the targeted individual program was getting exposed. There's a bunch of stuff that was getting exposed, and they say, oh no, trying to throw money at it. You can't throw money at hiding the motherfucking truth. People know what you did. You ain't gonna ever be able to hide it. But let's go back to this war on drugs. Instead of going into the underground economy, let's be real. The ingenuity. You got 50,000 patents from 1870 to 1940 alone. I have the control numbers. You can't fake a control number. From a patent control number with the name and the date, there's a book there. I mean, this is just public information that anybody can go and research. So when someone says, okay, Frederick McKinley invented the refrigerator or something, there's a patent control number for it, motherfuckers. When we say Lewis Lattimore developed the filament and light bulb, there's a patent control number. So when people say, but y'all didn't invent that. You was kings and shit. Y'all think y'all invented everything. You didn't do nothing. Bitch, how come you can look up the patent control number and you can see the face and the name of who did it? Shit, I came up with 4 inventions, actually 5 inventions, just in the span of 3 motherfucking days. 3 of them I know could bring in at least a couple billion, if not at 1 trillion at least. And then one I'm about to throw out even on motherfucking line so another person can motherfucking, and if you black niggas don't go and get this, try to get a patent, see what I'm talking about, and go just research a little bit, go out there and get a saw and what I'm about to give y'all, and you let another person go get it, and then they go and something got to give. Something got to give. And get mad at me. We don't like your delivery. You don't like the way you talk to us. But you go and you align with some white folks, some people that want you in a slave contract, messing you up, and they doing all you dirty all behind the scenes. They call you all types of N-words with the hard ER, all in private. Hate your freaking guts. You go align with them, but you didn't want to. Oh, I don't like her calling the N-word. Okay, I just heard a recording from Ribs. The black dude was calling another black dude the N-word with the hard ER about 3 times. It's recorded. It's just this week alone. That's actually one of the rooms I crashed out in. And I was letting them know. We're gonna give a plan about that too. We're gonna talk about that. Actually, let me actually take a note about that because I'm on one today. Actually, I have the notes for that. They deleted my X account, but here's the thing: I usually have either the pictures of all my tweets or it's already written out in another apparatus. So let's see. Okay. What's this one? Okay, so you were on your phone with this one. And then I wanted to talk about this arranged marriage plan. And then the room was, can marriage close wealth gaps? I want to I'll talk about that briefly. I'm going to give a brief off the dome framework for some smart as Blaque youth who will take it and appreciate it and they apply it to their own life and they will benefit from it. We're going to do one with 100K and then I'm going to put some with 50K as well. I'll do one because the average income of black men is 50K. they let y'all tell y'all what y'all are millionaires like Kevin Samuels. Where he at? Right in the dirt. The dust. You go. You can't even take it with you. These niggas bragging about and the millions with a fiat currency that ain't worth shit. They about to get digital currency and that's even worse. How do we know? Yeah. Silver quarter. It has real silver. That's more valuable than any digital currency crypto. A silver motherfucking quarter, 25 cents. Same with a penny. It's copper. It's a precious metal. That penny is worth more than digital currency. Do the science. Digital currency. Crypto is not backed by anything. But your penny, yep, that one got copper in it. Yours dime, 10 cent, 5 cent, got copper in it. Even your dollar, $5 bill, $10 bill. It got certain matter. You can recycle it. You can do, they can shred it and you can probably make a damn clothes out of it. Or something. It's real talk. Or a napkin, toilet paper for your ass. At the very least, it has more value, has more use case than cryptocurrency. Think about it. Real talk. Your quarters, silver, 99 silver. They even got the half-ounce gold coin. Right? Gold coin. I had I had panic during the pandemic and I got me what's it called, a half-ounce gold coin. right? I did that. Got the records to prove it. They got silver too. Is a hedge against inflation. And so they got the half-ounce gold coin. Now, that's more valuable than any, I don't care if it's a billion, trillion dollar digital currency. That one just one coin, just one, let alone if you got a couple of, is more valuable than any of that digital currency. Yes, it is. You can get mad. You can say it's a fact. And even if you do try to tie it to assets, what are those assets if it's not? If you can't, they probably have a deal where they will not be able to tie it to land. If they try, I do think the outcome of that would be really horrific. And we talk about, these interdimensional treaties. We'll just say that. But yeah, think about it. Your silver, your gold, your coins. They're trying to get rid of all of that. You know they know why now you know why. Because you can at least smelt it, right? Or burn it down and do it. And at the very least, you could probably make a pipe with a bunch of coins at the very least. Precious metal. And then not to mention its actual price spot of what it's worth on the market, so to speak. And they can the Federal Reserve has been manipulating the price of silver and shit. And it's supposed to be honestly around probably 250. Let's be real. We were waiting for that 250, wasn't we? I had bought silver when I was real young, about, I want to say, 20 years old, a bunch of silver waiting for that price spot. I had bought into the sky is falling. So I got me a bunch of silver motherfucking coins, and they send it, they ship these coins to you, and they it's real, it's real covert. Nobody knows what it is. But they ship that shit to you. And you get it, you got to sign for it right there. And that's what I did. I was waiting for the sky is falling. We're going to get, everybody going to, we got to protect ourselves against inflation. We're going to get, and I waited and waited. And I said, I'll be damned. The Federal Reserve is manipulating it. Damn. So they can manipulate the price, they're going to manipulate the stock market and all that, those things. War on drugs. They could have said no. Let's go back on topic. They could have said, no, we ain't doing that. We don't roll like that. We value our children. We value our women. And we know we're ingenuities. We know we have inventions. We will somehow, some way think of a way to develop industry on our own, even if we have to go purchase a fucking island and just do our own thing. So then you have Reconstruction. I'm going to go back to the Reconstruction period around the late 1800s, right when after the Emancipation Proclamation in 1865. So we have Reconstruction, and then remember Black codes came out. Reconstruction period, Black Americans had all the skills: your carpentry, your electrician, engineering, your farming, agricultural skills, your plumbing skills, your irrigation skills, things with wind power, anything dealing with even sometimes inventions, obviously, most times inventions. They had all the skills. That's for all the lynching and all the fighting, because they realized, okay, there's no more slavery, but they got all the skill set because they were doing everything. And so that's when they went into systematically think of ways to disenfranchise from quote unquote job market. And then that's where segregation happened. But there was a series of Black codes. You can look this up, Black codes that targeted the Black community to plummet them. And so they did a culling. When we talk about culling, sometimes it's a physical culling where people literally die, but sometimes it's spiritual culling where they go to them to try to bring them in, acting like they have a seat at the table. So they go to take this botch, oath, or whatever. And it's like you have this seat at this table in which to make money with the big boys. And it is a sellout deal. It is not, it's usually something where they're in control. You answer to them, and you have to, they'll set up honeypots for anybody that don't want to be a part of that stuff, or find a way to disenfranchise them more. This was going on in Reconstruction period with Black codes. That was the first culling. And then usually you have a group of secret society, even the Black Brotherhood, that runs interference on that level to decide who, it's pretty much to bring people in so they don't have to compete with them, so they can control them. It's a janky deal usually. And so that happened. And that was to have control over the actual skill set. Okay, damn, we can't compete with them. Remember, 240 cities were built by Black Americans. Mount Bayou, they bombed Tulsa in 1921. Even though in 1980 they bombed Move, literal airstrike bombing. That's just all documented. Okay, and so those things have happened, and You have the Reconstruction period. That was already a decline when the black codes hit them, because Black Americans had all these skill sets. They had a fighting spirit. They were not slave minded. They were simply, enslaved. So Black American ancestors, they were enslaved. They were not slave minded. They knew the land better than anyone. They had the carpentry skills, grid line skills, information on ley lines and grid lines, operative masonry, right? Straight off the plantation, they had these skills, and it allowed them to build those cities and towns. They had advanced medical knowledge, such as naturopathy, midwifery skills. They built their own towns. They had more dignity and ingenuity at that time. We look at our genealogy. Everybody was always married. Everybody was always looking out for one another. People were taking your kid. Someone got sick. Okay, send his ass over here. We'll raise him. That type thing. I've literally seen that in the records too, the genealogy records. And even in my adopted family, I've seen it, where it was like, okay, the kid just got a totally different name. And you look in records and you look at his family, and you see somebody had got sick. Or somebody couldn't take care of their kid. They lost their job or something. And it's like, okay, just send them. Actually, even in my adopted sister, when my adopted mom couldn't take care of her, this is real talk. The neighbor, literally a next door neighbor named Miss Man, said, you fooling around, you doing whatever you doing, just give me your baby, I'll raise her. She was older than Granny though. This man was probably old. I don't know how much older, but she was older than Granny. She saw her, and I call my adopted mom Granny for those that don't know, doing whatever she wanted to do and rip and run the streets. And so she say, just give me your baby, I'll raise her and take care of her. And she did. And she did take care of her. Very good. Very, very well. It was an elder from Tennessee. Okay. So it still had that Southern culture still. And that was just these people, Miss Van is passed and my granny is passed. But, we got evidence of this. And there's people that can literally give an oral history or a ethnographic recalling of this very story that I'm telling you. The actual person is still alive. That's what I'm saying. But, so it's a difference between when I call people slave-minded. I'm not denigrating our ancestors. Our ancestors are literally shocked at what's happening even to this day. It's not all Black Americans that's our fault. I'm not trying to blame all Black Americans. We know what's going on. We know everybody's trying to do this culling and get in on the deal and move up as they keep their spot. Y'all masonry is so sloppy. Y'all got to work with y'all. Yeah. You got to protect their spot. Y'all want to get me out so bad. It's so embarrassing to watch because it's like everybody knows that what y'all doing to y'all own people just to try to get on and put on with them people. And there's nothing there. Y'all think there's nothing there. Y'all don't get it. They know it's nothing there. They know I know it's nothing there. That's why they hate me so much. But they need you in the illusion and to buy into it. You're powering their system. That's why I have been angry. That's why I've been calling people slaves and all this stuff. You powering their system. You're powering your own demise because you're not advanced enough to see all that stuff. I wasn't. And in many ways, I'm not saying that I am. I'm definitely not the most advanced, at least. I'm just slightly bit better. But, I'm still trying to figure this out, too. So don't think this is me wagging my finger. I'm wagging my finger at the motherfucking asshole sellouts. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But I'm not wagging my finger at Black Americans. It's a difference. Okay. Not wagging my finger at people that don't even know what the hell I'm talking about. And I'm venting. Sure. But let's get back to the ancestors. They invented massive innovations. They had patent control numbers and all that. Highly advanced. So now we're talking about the Reconstruction and the Black codes was a long-term play to undermine Black Americans. And in the 1960s, they did it again. You had concerted effort. Obviously, there was secret societies, once again, the Boule and all these things that made a deal because they were going. The thing is, 1960s, we got LBJ, right? Obviously, most Black Americans are Republicans, and then they go over to Democrats because they offer some sort of welfare deal. The average Black American was not involved in that. That is, I don't even have to be a psychic or intelligent to know that. That happens at the level of the secret societies. That happens at the level of the shadow government and the people that's actually in power. That doesn't happen. Like when you hear niggas say they went into the hood and took the man out the house, that is the most childish deal. This was backdoor deals with people that had money, was already in the club, not just you and I in the hood somewhere. No, that's not how that worked. They don't go and knock on your door there's a black man in there grabbing out his house. Here we go. Here's your HUD and here's your welfare. Thank you very much. No, it wasn't that. Stop listening to fucking stuff that sound clear as day, stupid. Go and read it. There's even books on this stuff, sociology books. Oh, not France Boas. France is something. There's a whole book on this stuff. Damn, I hate that I lost all that research. And it was given the details. Even if you watch the women on Brewster Street, how it all started. That literally came out around the time, by the way. So you might want to look at that. But then there's a French sociologist that also detailed that. And you have the Moynihan report. I wrote about this stuff in 2016 and all those things about the pathologizing of Black American systems to shame Black men into. It was pretty much it was a military psychological play where they knew, okay, they're going to get shamed and we can, have them turn against them and, bring them into the system even more. That's all the whole play is. Sell your soul to the system. Yeah, 1960s. At the level of the shadow government, what I can see, and I am more so channeling, obviously I'm 33 years old, so I wasn't there at the time. There seem to be these cullings. When you look at the Reconstruction period with Black codes, you study it, the undermining there, right? It was a systematic, and then they plan 50, 60 years ahead. Then you got 1960s. They come into the community. That's where you had the Harlem Renaissance. They had the CEO of Sears coming into the hood. They had these people coming into the hood talking to their parents about their kids, right? And all these things. But then also you have people that's already in the club. And those people that were already, quote unquote, in the hood or whatever, that this was obviously right after integration. Yeah, a little bit right after the integration, the civil rights stuff and those things. But even before then, just on the cups of it, obviously you had segregation. Obviously you had all these Black towns that had self-sufficiency, self-determination, and they're already growing economic apparatus and system. So then you get to LBJ politics. And the plan was, obviously with the integration, is like, well, once they get integrated, the people that is not really in, we're going to sacrifice them. This is how these people think. This is the occult. We're going to sacrifice them. So whoever doesn't get in on the play or the deal, they're going to be sacrificed, living sacrifices. And so it looked to be someone made it, what I'm seeing channeling, literally like quantum entanglement, looking at the timeline of 1960s. There seemed to be a group of old school dudes in the secret society. Is like, well, we'll do it. We'll usher them over, just like they doing now. They trying to usher the Black community all over to the Republican Party, and they ain't gonna get shit out of it. It's even 1,000 times worse than what happened in the 60s, and you'll see why. I'm done with it. I have crashed out my motherfucking brains trying to warn people to just leave this shit alone, whether it's Democrats or Republicans, because they just have nothing for us. I've tried to give them both opportunity, both chance, have advocated for Republicans, have advocated for Democrats, tried to see about tangibles and all these things that was a naive, gullible motherfucker that just take everything on face value, surface level, and as my awakening have come up, I have been able to see like, this ain't for us. Like you either gonna try to have to build your empire or die trying, or you're going to have to get an island and build your shit up, or you're going to have an expat station and a contingency plan if these motherfuckers turn on your ass. Or they try to enslave you through the digital ID, social credit score, digital gulag, or you only make money online, or if you don't, they can just cut off your digital cryptocurrency as well. Or if your social credit score is not good enough, they can just lock you out. They've been doing that in a covert way. It's always been that way, that they have financially blacklisted plenty of people. But unfortunately, everybody, well, at least it ain't me. I don't make other people problems my problem. It ain't my problem. And so it's all fun until the rabbit got the gun. Okay. But what happened is, like, from what we see in that timeline, they say, well, if we have to deliver the Black American Negroes over to the Democratic Party from the Republican Party, we'll do it. But if they're going to be sacrificed anyways, they have to have the chance to get out of it. And they, at the very least, Let's create the safety net for the HUD. Let's create the safety net for stamps, the whatever you call it, welfare, whatever. If we're going to systematically use the ritual that they use to create more souls for the system. That's why you had all this single parent stuff, by the way, for those who didn't know that was a Masonic ritual being done, but all that single parenthood stuff that was a systematic, because you had to pass the deal off. You had to pass the load off. For those who understand, again, it's even disgusting even talking about it, okay? It's the worst thing. But for women, there's some women that know as an oracle, as a seer, we know what that was about. They were they passed the load off from the contract deal. Okay, read between the lines. If they people that don't get it, they don't ask questions, they may not figure it out. If you don't ask questions, you don't get it. You won't know. But because we're not in that day and at the time, there's too much sinister stuff going on, and people want intel for the wrong reasons. It's not like they actually want to learn. That's what we realize. They don't want to learn. They just want to steal your information or figure out a way to fuck you up. But anyways, they were doing that ritual, and it's to pretty much pass the load off on the kid. That's why all the single parent, they knew they weren't going to be taking the care of the kids. It was systematic, top down, brotherhood down. They're going to deny it. Study history, study it, study the interviews, study the oral histories, study the documentations, the documentaries of the interviews of the social workers going into the hood in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s. Just do it. Or you don't want me to do it, because you would be looking very embarrassed. All you niggas that want to go on, they put the man at the house like a fucking slave. They put the man at the house. How's somebody gonna put you out the house? Nobody can put you out your household. Nobody can. You have to have left. You have to have had made a deal, and that's what they want to keep covered up. But when you do, you study what's happening today, how they trying to walk this community off a cliff of self-determination, of ever having an empire, of honoring a birthright, of ever honoring that the sacrifice that those enslaved ancestors did lead us up to this point. They kept surviving. They did not off themselves. They did not do something to get to. They wanted to keep the lineage alive so that nigga like me, people like you, people like him, her, can one day see that promised land. Can one day see us get it together, look out for one another, not all backbiting. Oh, she's got more gifts than me. Let's take her out. Oh, I'm going to run to the people and tell on their distribution deal. The black people trying to start a distribution deal. The black people trying, oh, shit. She trying to, J.N.S. is trying, she's trying to get black people to, oh, go get her. Where the money at? These sellout fucking things. Woo! I could throw this damn device across. I could take this laptop and just slam it across. It's horrendous. It's embarrassing, to be honest. It's certainly beneath the ingenuity, at least of the Sephardic Moors and the Jacobians, but certainly the American Indians. As far as our the blood is supposed to be on a whole nother level. Okay, they quote unquote say the blood of the covenant is thicker than water. Is it really? Water came before blood. If you go biblically, primordial waters, first couple chapters in Genesis, before Adam and Eve, which would get blood and plasma. Is the blood really thicker? Is the blood of the covenant really thicker than water? Look how them niggas did us. Look how they did you. Look how they did me. Answer. Okay. But they had said, at the very least, if we're going to do this, fine. We need a safety net. We ain't going to just leave them out, all of them in the streets like that. Because pretty much what they're about to do now, niggas is just about to be homeless. They want a lot of people. They want a lot of black women to go into prostitution, and the black men's going to laugh. And ha, 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 you thought you were going to get your corporate job. Ha, ha, ha. You thought you were going to work your government job. You ain't got nothing. They're bragging about it right now. They're bragging about it. They have no idea what's coming. It is the worst thing they could do right now. And I said, I'm getting out of Dodge. Like, we were totally sold out, and they don't want to admit it because they're trying to cover it up. That's why they want me out the paint so bad, because it's like, I can see, if someone can do quantum entanglement, that means it's like, hold up, y'all doing intraterrestrial warfare. I'm a military scientist. I say, okay, this is supposed to be undetected. Had I not said anything, or my ancestors woke my ass up 2024, get your motherfucking ass up to this angelic kingdom so we can whoop your ass, because You ain't paying attention. You're distracted. You're talking about Diddy. You're talking about Shannon Sharp. Get your motherfucking ass up here so we can whoop that ass for you not seeing what the hell is really going on. This is about your birthright. This is about other niggas' birthright. This is about the fact that they targeting you because you're talking about reparations and you're too intelligent. And you win at Columbia University in 2018 talking about invention aggregation and prototype and arenas. You're sitting up there. You don't even know who the fuck you are. Sitting up there talking all in your own little world. I wasn't even all in them white folks' face like that at Columbia University. I just all in my own little world. We got to do a capstone. Shit, I go in a little. Shit, I had me a bottle of Cabernet Sauvignon. I'm gone. I don't drink no more. By the way, no more alcohol. That keeps you distracted. But I'm gone, and I'm sitting there in a whole nother dimension, invention, happy as a little camper on my little computer. You can read it. The capstone is still publicly available. I was gone, and they would started to sabotage. I said, I'm gonna send this to the National Science Foundation, and hopefully we can get some. I don't know what the system is about. I don't know what the hell going on. They kept, and they just ignored it and downplayed it. We don't need this. This is nothing. Oh my gosh. Next thing you know, NVIDIA has AI, GPUs, integration, and they don't have the use case. Obviously, they're talking about product market fit. Yahoo article just came out yesterday or 2 days ago, talking about product market fit and do qualitative interviews. And I'm like, y'all, they so fucking underdeveloped. They try to steal my shit. They don't even know what the fuck they doing. I talked about product market fit in 2018 with AI, right? In the paper. And then they took it. The article was based off the stuff I wrote literally in the capstone. And when I look at the answers they were given, I said, man, they reading the script. That ain't, because I looked at that and I said, that's actually not, that's kind of dated compared to 2025 and the proof of concept in terms of its competitive advantage as a product has not been determined yet. But it could be. You think I don't have those ideas in my head? You are fucking out of your mind. I could look at that and be like, but I'm not doing it. God said, leave it alone. Repent. Don't mess with that stuff. Leave it alone. Just leave it alone. Let them do whatever they're going to do and with it and move on from that. Go invent other stuff that is ordained, that is actually helpful for the planet and humanity, and can't be usurped, if possible, by these devils. Because once the corporations get into it, the greed, the envy, the money come, everything that, and they don't have the ingenuity to disseminate that technology properly in the way in which it can actually benefit long term with longevity with humans and industry itself. They don't know what they're doing with that stuff. They ain't gonna tell anybody because they got it from who are the data sources? Humans, me. Where did they get the stuff from? Capstone at Columbia and probably some other technology, but they were studying people. But once they had got the framework, they had already had like our artificial intelligence that they were studying, but they were using it to study people based off of the Luciferian Babylonian contract that people were handling over. The IP, intellectual property. That's all it was. I didn't know that that's what it was at the time. If I did, I promise you it would have never been invented. I promise you I would have never thought about that. I promise you I would have never. I didn't know at the time. You can believe it or not. You can call me out. We can do a debate. You can take me to task publicly, and I will answer that questions. Any questions about it? Any questions publicly? Court of public opinion, whatever. Because y'all still trying to go behind the scenes. How do we? This gotta be the devil. This is a demon. Still trying to do that. You ain't gonna be able to get me. Y'all niggas can call me out. Oh, I'm 125D all day. Let's roll. Because I know if you stand on a principle or on the truth, you cannot go wrong. That's why I keep looking at, what Trump be doing or what Elon be doing. You could just always pick out, because it's always based on deception in the script. It's always about keeping the image, the mirage, the illusion going. And anytime someone has to do that, it's just acting at that point. It's just an actor. And then you could just always constantly, because they always have to use deception. What is that they code? That they can lie to people outside of the club. Can you really? What if the people outside of the club is smarter? What if the people outside of the club started the club and left the club? Or what if the people that the club was knowledge that was stolen from another club? What if that's the case? What y'all gonna do? What if another dimension already knows what the fuck the club is doing because they were watching your club? So it's nonsense. And so with that being said, That's what them people do. They mope around, spying, always constantly surveilling and watching. Even I seen them. I caught even niggas. They were at the park, right, just drinking and smoking, and I even caught them getting surveillance by a dude, a white dude in a truck, a car. And he had the seat down, but he had like some sort of device in his hand watching them. And I said, well, let me act like I'm gonna stand at this bus stop and let me watch him. Because I said, they ain't doing nothing. They literally, you know how that loud cackling laugh, got the 40 boats, and they just chilling at the park. They're drinking and talking shit. And so I'm like, why are you watching them? They ain't even doing nothing. You know, I'm trying to look at, I know how a drug sale looks. I said, well, are they selling drugs? So why is he watching them like that? Because he was spooked because I saw him. I wasn't supposed to see him. They didn't know he was watching. They didn't know he was watching them. And I wasn't supposed to know either. But I saw it and I said, wait a minute, let me stand, use my investigator. Let me turn into Inspector Gadget. Investigator Collie. Let me just watch. And I said, damn, these motherfuckers that's some weird, strange shit. He just watching them. They weren't even doing nothing. We talk about motherfuckers that's drinking. So, and they were watching me when I was drinking. So what you think they doing to anybody that got it? That's anybody, any one of us. That's what they do. So in the 1960s, they were going to sacrifice they were going to be living sacrifices. So they said, well, at least give them an opportunity to get out, develop the safety net, HUD, welfare, and all that shit, and GI Bill, all that stuff. That GI Bill, I think that came a little earlier with after the Great Depression. And they didn't really benefit from that. But nonetheless, it was done. Because I'll tell you this, it wasn't just Black people, that was going to be affected by this. It was going to be certain white bloodlines too that would have went down under. That was the design. They didn't care about the color, to be honest. But they had a quota for Black people because the whole thing is if you tell a white person that Black people are doing worse, they give you over their last dollar. All you got to do is create the mirage that the lowliest white person is superior to even the highest level Black person, and then you can control white people that way. And that's the program they're under even to this day. I literally saw the government still use that play on them, and they still fell for it. And I said, damn, they good. I said, but that's kind of sad because they should have evolved from that now. They should have enough more confidence, more in security within themselves to not have to compare themselves too much to Black people. It's quite sad to watch, to be honest, and pathetic. And not all white people are doing that, but I have the evidence of them, attacking Black women, attacking people. Come on, we know that they still doing this shit in 2025. Let's be real. They still have to have it where the lowliest white hick town trailer park trash white person could feel superior to even the most brilliant, intelligent, genius, good-looking, talented Black person, male or female. That's all they are. Everybody knows it's not true. Everybody knows it's a psyop. Even the white people at the top know, like, this is so stupid. They are so stupid. Like, even non-racist white people be like, yo, it's embarrassing to them. But that's how it's a group. It's a large group of white Americans that's still doing that shit. Everybody knows it. And so, that mirage was created, obviously in I think a little bit before 1960s. But they played on that because they were going down under too. And so they said, well, create the safety net, bring them on over. We'll do it. They did the deal. That's kind of like it's not really a culling because that was just like, well, will they have the opportunity to get out? And they said, well, many people, if they are, quote unquote, if we're going to do these energy harvesting rituals on them, most of them are going to, on some level, probably get complacent or tired, or they're going to figure out the game and the system and want to keep their soul and just stay on those safety nets. But then there are people that are going to say, you know what? I want to just use it temporarily and move up. They're getting rid of all of that stuff just because they want the last of the free souls to feel pressure to get in the system or to go into prostitution or homelessness. That is what it is. It's a culling. Okay. This is what they're trying to do. I mean, I was told this in 2017 by a Black woman in a secret meeting, and I thought that she was batshit crazy. She said, it's coming. The Hunger Games is coming. Prepare the Hunger Games. Oh my God, the Hunger Games is coming. They're gonna take away all the benefits, and they want to see Black women down bad in 2017. And I'm looking at her like, I hope not. Shit, damn, might be true. Damn, I hope not. They want to see them get into contract. She was talking about the industry. They want to see them get into the contract and or either that or your ass gonna be homeless. Don't have no baby. She was telling me, don't have no young baby. Don't do that. And some people will be good. Some people have they already stable, so this may not apply to them. But I'm particularly talking about like this, why you see like even Black men, so happy that it's disappearing, because they are part of the play. They want that seat at the table, and they're thinking they're going to have it, and then they get to see Black women. Oh, we're going to make y'all go into prostitution. And, we're going to want to see you degraded pretty much in a very bad situation, because that's why they kept throwing that stat out that 500,000, 300,000 Black women lost their jobs since April and all these things. They were targeted. A lot of people lost their jobs, close to 1.5 to 2 million, but they keep throwing that stat out because it is proportionate. It was proportionate, but there's also other reasons for them throwing it out, because that's the mirage illusion trick where they get to placate white people, because this country hates Black women. So it's like, well, they're doing so bad, but they don't realize that they actually going down too, because they fired like 1 million white people, right? And you notice they didn't get all up in arms, and because they keep throwing a stat that it's Black women, we're getting them out. See, we got 500,000 Black Americans out. We cut the funding for the Black farmers, but they did it. They don't realize that at the top, at the shadow government, they'll do it to they systematically. It's like, yeah, the whole play is they already know that white people are going to just sit back and be like, oh, and feel better about themselves, not realizing that 1 million of their asses just got fired. At the same time, you didn't hear their stats, though. You didn't hear their stats. I think it's close to 2 million people now. Didn't hear it all on the news, because they don't want them to be alarmed. Now, if they would have said 1 million white men just got fired, 1 million white women just got, then they gonna act the fool. Oh, hold up, we gotta change the laws here. We gotta get these motherfuckers out. Okay, what we gotta do to get his motherfucking ass out? Okay, they didn't do that. And actually, they paid off Black people to go and try to downplay the stats. And that was immigrants. That immigrant. That Black immigrant. They ain't us. And they lying about that too. And everybody knows it. They were paid to do that. But that's what they did. It's the same cycle. So in the 60s, they did that. It was better though. But it was also the conditional in terms of, will they be able to just get off of that if they wanted to? Couldn't they go to school? Can they learn a trade? Can they get a SBA, SBA loan or SBA mentorship so that they can start a business? If a person on welfare can do that, then they still technically got a chance at upward mobility. They don't have to just stay on it for a long time. But, there is systematic ritual abuse that has been going on in the community as well as the white community, and that's being covered up. Ain't nobody gonna talk about it, but everybody knows. My teacher also taught me about that in 2017 as well. And I thought she was also about the SRA, I thought she was tripping, but she said that creates the sludge, the trauma, the wretchedness, the learned helplessness that creates all of that. So she was teaching us this. And so they did that in the from the 1960s on. Then the war on drugs come. But again, and I want to say, even in my own bloodline, I have seen people need assistance. They had a kid young, right in high school actually, and they needed that assistance for housing and food stamp, and they used it for 2 to 3 years and got off of it. Yep. If a person wanted to move up in the game, or they peep game and they wanted upward mobility, they can, they could go to the job fair. They had the job career fair and all this stuff, right? And go back to school and stuff. And so they used it for 2 to 3 years. They went to school, and this is literally a family. They bought a car. They got married. They sent their kid to college. Kid is in college now. Okay. And so you have those use cases of that. I've seen that all the time. Remember another story, lady, she had her kid young, made a mistake, left single mother. She goes to school, get her law degree, becomes a lawyer, and it gets her a house and be able to take her baby and send her baby to school. I've seen that so much growing up, so a lot of people do decide to, I want a little bit more for myself, and they work through their traumas and work through their pain, the SRA, the systematic ritual sexual abuse they might have went through, molestation. They work through that and they just get off of it. But then there's others that say fuck it. And then you got a third group that's realized the whole system is this. Okay, this is about soul trafficking and putting people in contracts and all that stuff. I'm just stay out of it. And then that's another reason why people stay on it. I'm telling you this from what experience. No, I have never been on HUD and food stamp, cash assistance, none of that. What I'm saying is I've seen it. I've watched enough, from the hood in Buffalo. I've lived in Atlanta. I've watched communities enough. I'm a qualitative researcher. I know how to do ethnographic research and participant observation research. I'm always, that's because I'm extremely observant. I'm always watching. Even when I was a baby, I was just always just watch everything. And so I was doing that, and that's when I observed. I said, there's a group of people that's purposely staying out and trying to, they see it for what it is. And so that's really the main reason why they're getting rid of the safety nets, because they peep that it's a bunch of people with free souls that was able to navigate the system without having to be to take the oath to Satan. And they want to put pressure on people to do that. Obviously, there's some legality issues of what that looks like. You a part of the murder reality game, and I don't recommend it. I don't play it and whatever. What I'm saying is that there is some violations of earth laws and universal laws that have already happened, right? As it relates to that game. But I think they just figured, let's just go scorch earth and try it and see what happens. And so that is one of the steps that they will take. I think they're obviously going to pivot now that they hear this video, whatever, but just know that that's what that could be about. I could be wrong. I will admit when I'm wrong, but I'm saying that is what it could be about. And so that's what's happening now. They want to get rid of all of it. And it's to start like this Hunger Game thing. And that's when the government was shut down, when we started coming up with, the NACD order started coming up with frameworks for moving the economy offline, the whole gig economy offline, that can, without the corporations, that can serve as alternative parallel infrastructures for Uber and Airbnb and package delivery and all those things. And it was systematic, starting at the local zone district level, and then can be reiterated. It can be like systems approach, the same process reiterated from local zones, city level, state level, probably federal level, right? It's like moving like an organism, like the ants. You study ants, you study bees. They're organized. They still have a structure. They still have a governance structure. You can't just have a wild, wild west. Generally speaking, the people just do crime. So they wanted that. They thought that, okay, they're going to panic and freak out and start just doing crimes and start just going to the grocery stores. And I said, well, I'll put some if you do a survival prep for gig to gig economy, people, a gig check to gig check, paycheck to paycheck. Those who get an EBT, you do it on a basic level where you can teach them how to fish versus just give them a fish in terms of like, well, y'all get these stamps or whatever, y'all get y'all some seeds. They got SNAP eligible seeds. They got SNAP eligible freeze-dried food. They got SNAP eligible compost, SNAP eligible soil. Stack up on certain things, with these benefits. Even if when they get it, if they say they're giving this stipend out, this stimulus check out, because they'll do it again. If they did it before, they'll do it again. And this one was worse than the last one because TSA got screwed over. So pay attention to those things. Be wise and prepare, because they want to create the catalyst either where you're fully dependent on them, or if you don't want to and you don't comply and consent, you homeless out on the streets, rambling, wandering. And you don't have to, you don't have to be on the streets homeless, wandering, rambling. That's another thing I keep hearing Blaque men say, y'all all gonna be homeless. Where's your ancestor backbone? Where's your ancestral epigenetic knowledge of Kemet? I won't. We live off the earth. How could you be homeless? You live on earth. Where's your A-frame shelter? Anybody have carpentry skills? You got a saw? You got a table saw? You got the one with the motor, the one with the hand saw, whatever. Chop down some wood, build a shelter. Do anybody know how to farm? You got your almanac? Indoor farming, outdoor farming, anybody? Why would you need to be homeless? Why don't you build a parallel infrastructure? Why don't you move your gig economy offline? Why don't you develop a physical currency? So we already working in the midst of developing that physical currency too, that's backed by earth resources. That would be superior, to be quite frank, to silver. Yeah, there's all types of it's like it's so much like it's easy ideas. These are not it's easy ideas. They're just free energy ideas, and so it's like, well, we can't control that. We can't enslave your ass if you ask to figure out how to live off the earth. So then what? Everybody got to get online. Where's some contract? NDA. Military, sign your NDA. They're like, what? We ain't never had to do this before. Everybody sign your. And then they'll do they'll do the ritualistic ceremonial magic on those contracts, but they don't tell you that. They're not going to tell you that. This is something you got to know. And then they're going to say to anybody that's telling you that they're a conspiracy theorist, a liar. Go to the first, I want to say it's either chapter 6, 7, and 8 of Isaiah. They talk about be careful of people, and it could be, don't quote me on this. No, it's in the book of Isaiah. Should pick up. Book of Isaiah, the conspiracy, because it says be careful anybody who says something is a conspiracy. And I remember the CIA said the conspiracy theory was created to discredit truth tellers. In Isaiah, the Bible, it says be careful. I'm Googling it right now. I want to get the exact verse of people who say, because we ain't about to play these games. I got to get a verse, chapter, all that. Conspiracy. There we go. Okay, so Isaiah 8:12. Do not call conspiracy everything this people calls a conspiracy. Do not fear what they fear, and do not dread it. That's Isaiah 8:12. Let's look at the Orthodox Jewish version. Okay. Call ye not kasher, conspiracy, kasher. All that this people calls kasher. So it's right in Isaiah. Oh, Isaiah is cold. I had a family member say, "Yo, it ain't no one that could touch that prophet of Isaiah." And I was reading Isaiah. I said, "Yeah, he cold." Because a lot of that stuff is coded. It's coded. Unlike your Commission science it was just pretty much the same bloodline, just a disagreement on how we gonna practice this science, this masonry. So people get upset. They look at that Bible and they say it's too kid. Like if you were intellect, I was an intellect. I'm still obviously an intellect, but I'm saying when in my younger years and I was reading it, I said, this sounds like it. When I was a kid, I really loved it. But I'm saying when I was older, like early 20s, and I'm all intellectual, I'm all puffed up in knowledge. When I went to college. I'm playing, but I'm reading this. I'm like, this sounds like a kid. This don't sound. It's easier to go to the Bible than go to commit. No, it ain't. Oh, I could tell you that right now because I know Commission science. I read that Bible now. I say, oh, they on a whole nother level because it's a book of quantum entanglement, the timelines. It's a book that's tracking the prophecy timelines of people, and it is coded. And Isaiah is on another level. The prophet Isaiah is on another level. But I'm going to tell you this. And I see why, a lot of the Muslims, they say, well, we don't believe all this stuff about Yeshua, but we got to give it. He's a prophet. Right? They say, well, he is the prophet. I don't know. Like, we ain't supposed to do comparison of the prophets, right? But I'm looking at Yeshua codes and whoever broke those down. Obviously, it was probably some sort of Mason that wrote down whatever the disciples, they say Luke or Mark or Matthew, whatever. That's obviously probably wasn't their name, but the way they coded that. And God said, I'll whoop your ass. You get online and breaks it down. You don't break none of that down for these people. It's done. And I say, well, that's just as impressive as Isaiah's ass. I said, I don't know, man, because it's so cold. It just fly over people's head. It just sounds like something that, that's just some nonsense. I don't need you. I don't need no middleman. I don't know. Because obviously the translations of me is supposed to really be I am that I am. But this word me is kind of throwing me off. I can give that out. I think that's okay. But that, I said, wow. I said, I don't know who would be in the contender. But Isaiah is cold. And it fly over. But when you say call ye not Kesher, conspiracy, remember they was calling everybody, every person that speak the truth about, obviously the Bible talks about targeted individuals. Isaiah talks about how they were getting into blood magic and all these altars and going astray and all these things, as well, and how they were talking against the widows, which is women, always talking on, speaking on, not helping the widows, women. He was talking about that, how they was making an alliance. He was warning his people, don't make an alliance with those people. They did it anyways. They started getting into blood magic too. It's all right there. But it's but the conspiracy theory, CIA calls anybody who's speaking the truth a conspiracy theory. In his Bible, Yashaya 8:12. If you're doing an Orthodox Jewish Bible, Isaiah 8:12, it says, "Call not conspiracy. Call ye not conspiracy." All that his people call is conspiracy. And then let's see. I wanted to, do they have interlinear? Because I like the way the interlinear one sounds. Let's see. Do they not do that? Always calling everything a conspiracy? Yeah. Yeah, they do that. And so that's just one thing. And let's go back on topic. I'm trying to scan through what I know we were talking about the 60s and yeah. So, these people with this, that don't see that this is literally a time loop, but now they're trying to figure out a way to get, people from, I know what I was talking about. We were talking about that, this Hunger Games thing where they want people homeless and all these things. And you have heard people online, even on literal international, national news say, well, let's just, unalive those people, because they already know that those are free souls, for one, or people that's trying to get out. And so that's where it's a frustration with the fact that they're slow on the deals. People are not making deals. The money is shuttered. The international countries are not making deals. They're not, the trade and all these things, the tariffs and all that stuff. And so the slap down on Americans have been harder than what I think even the Trump voters have even expected, because it's much deeper. And so, but I was saying that we don't have to go into a panic. We don't have to run around like chickens with your head cut off. Organize, get structured, think of creative ways, free energy ways. How do we think of a systematic way to set up the barter economy as well, offline, and then have it hybrid, probably online as well, hybrid, in terms of governance structure, because it's nothing wrong with the technology. It's just the way it's disseminated and the way it's used. And it also depends on how, you steal it. You don't even really know what you're doing with it. This is why the AI stuff is not, it's not comparable to even the internet. And we know there was an African dude that come with the algorithm of the internet. And then Mark Dean also has a role in that. And Sheila Washington with touchscreen and fiber optic cable. Sheila Washington is out of MIT. And then we have Mark Dean with telecommunications. I believe that's one of the cell phone. And then we have it's a Nigerian dude that had to play in internet as far as the code to get on it. All melanated people. Now, this can go being verified, and, the white folks are going to jump out. It was kings and jet. Worry about you as a fucking, let me stop. Because, sometimes you just got to look down on certain states of consciousness. You can't get in the mud with them, is what I'm saying. And you got to, your equation has to add up. They showed you their true colors. They showed you their actions. I go the other way. You ain't gonna chop me up. Okay, that's how you roll. That's how you think. Okay, and I'm one of them motherfuckers that will separate from your ass. you go and you throw a dollar to a nigga, a digital currency to they go and jump at it, not me, because I already know it's fake. I could come up with a better system. I could run circles around a motherfucking ass. We have a physical currency in 1 month. Fucking with me. Real talk, but I'm not giving into this system, because for one, they gaslight me, and they ain't asked for it. If you don't ask for it, you don't get it. So what the fuck? We gotta just do things on our own. Ain't nobody asked me. The Black community know about all these ideas and frameworks and military science, all types of stuff. They try to even steal a framework and then pivot everybody back to the government. because they didn't want Black Americans to think at the level of empire. That's why they wanted Black Americans fighting with immigrants, because say Black Americans do decide to develop an internal economy, even within our own cities or intentional communities, and they need raw materials, where would they have to go? What countries would they have to contact? Probably an Asian country, African country. Raw materials, lithium. Africa. Oh, diaspora wartime. CIA says diaspora wartime. CIA says reclassification of the Negro time. Give them weird ass acronyms that's not even on their genealogy, so we can undermine their reparations claim. And everybody's gonna just follow that, because all we got to do is throw a popular, influential person that we're going to control like a puppet and get them out there. And they already hate Black women, so they ain't gonna listen to Black women. So let them do that. And even if the Black woman is making complete, absolute sense. And meanwhile, you have that same system that is stealing my ideas and using them and then watering them down for further control of people. And they are paying those Black Americans to turn a blind eye to it, so that they could move up in their system, in their game, and probably just play on the stock market or something with digital cryptocurrency at the worst. For the mercy. It's a brainwashing system. And unfortunately, it's a money system, brainwashing, soul trafficking system, consciousness, mind control system. That's what it is. And so they have that, and that's what they do. They say free classification time, diaspora wars time. Y'all niggas ain't thinking no ideas to get go get use the entrusted mechanism framework to go get some raw material so that you can build these inventions you talking about. Oh no. And you're not talking about going over to no Caribbean, get by no islands and get off. And then a lot of the Black Americans, they go to the Black American expats in Africa. It's not that they even think that they African. It could be Indian. There's so many Indians that's been going over to travel to Africa when the war broke out, or when shit didn't sound right, or they want to be all colonialized and all this shit. They said, well, shit, we get the fuck on. We got an expat station. We go to Caribbean. We go to Trinidad. We go to Jamaica. We go somewhere else. That has happened. They got a Black expat group over in Africa right now, Black Americans. Same with Jamaicans. They got a whole Jamaican expat group over there too, right in Africa. They stick with each other. They don't go venture off. They got hotels, towns, all types of stuff, land. They don't venture off. They respectful. They can speak Twi. If they can speak Twi, they can speak Ewe. They get with you. They do fair trade. They even dress. They even but they know they Black American, and they know that the culture is different, and they know that they may even I actually did my genealogy. My mom is Cherokee. Adirondack. I don't know, but at the same time, I'd rather be around a bunch of melanin and at least that damn hot ass sun versus being surrounded by a bunch of hate, even though that is my actual home. I've heard this from Black Americans. Okay? So we're not going to play these games. That's just one level. They don't want anybody going back over there. W.E.B. Du Bois did it. Indian boy. W.E.B. Du Bois did do it. He was so embarrassed and so ashamed that, what was going on. And to be quite frank, he couldn't do nothing. It was just like, just like the Black guys that put their fist up for the Olympics, they left and went to Africa. You look at their genealogy. They weren't saying, it's not about if you want to go visit another country, that means you want to be an African, or that's like if somebody go to Thailand, do they want to be Thailand? Somebody go move to Jamaica, that means they want to be Jamaican? No, it could be other systematic factors as to why they move. And that's happening now. But there can also be other factors, such as far as the reason why they want this diaspora war shit, is because trade. In Tulsa, Black Americans had their own airport, hotels, taxi service, law firms, and medical firms. Remember when China said, well, when they did comparison in terms of who we do trade with, the white people infrastructure was not as powerful as Tulsa. So they said, well, we just gonna go to the Negroes, and they got a whole airport. They got airplane. Like so that means they got inventions. We got raw material. We can do, and then it was bombed. And then the cover story was somebody looked at a white woman. That was the cover story. Okay. Fast forward to today, 2025, that same methodology is still being played out, but it's different. It's like have the pro-Black person go and rile everybody. It's the Africans that's doing this. They don't do that, Africans. What did African over in America in Africa do? They say y'all acting like that. Y'all that brainwashed. Y'all trying to align with that white system. Y'all trying to align with Trump. Okay, you know what? We won't be doing trade with you. You get your shit. We won't be doing empire with you. We won't be shipping no cadmium over there, no uranium over there, no lithium with your black ass. We, maybe. And here's the thing. Notice the white people, they don't like immigrants either. They don't like Africans either. But do you see them acting all fool on the internet? No, because it's to undermine Black America. They know what time it is. So it's like Black Americans going to ruin their reputation. They calling themselves FBAs, whatever. They're going to ruin their reputation. They won't be able to get no trade deal with, as far as starting their own eternal economic structure or even intentional community, at the very least, even maybe a nation within a nation. They will get skipped over because they see all this stuff on it. The immigrants. That's what the conservative movement is about. That's what we talk about taciturn and shadow warfare. They pay a couple of the niggas to get. If you notice, even if you talk, I should have recorded a room. I actually did a reverse intelligence analysis, like on a person I heard speaking. And so anytime it was a Black woman speaking, right? And every time she would say something that would make sense, that was more so on a self-determination tip, I heard this dude that they keep propping up. His name is Mark Carter. Just constantly shifting it to immigrant, blaming the immigrants. It was literally out of nowhere. And I think I have even a clip. I have it where I noticed his tactic of doing that 3 times. I always get things triangulated 3 times, 3 different spaces, 3 different time frames. So it's being systematically done. It's like, this is something that somebody's getting paid to do. They constantly just default to immigrants, because anytime somebody say, well, you have an individual fight for your trust, your money is in trust, or we have to do our genealogy, and, we have to be prepared to build our own community and self-determination. We're going to have to start to circulate it. And remember, the immigrants the immigrants got our reparations. The immigrants, and those Nigerians and those feminists, that is constant. That's systematic. And I said, that's not even the context of what she was talking about. I'm listening, and I said, that's not even the context. And even she was like, no, that's what I mean. I remember I was so distracted. I was multitasking. I was, so I wasn't really listening to the room, but I can just feel spirits now. I just feel the energy of the people talking. And she's talking. She's like, no, that's not even what I'm talking about. And I said, even I know. I said, I'm literally distracted. I'm talking over the damn Twitter space, not even really listening. And even I knew instantly. I said, that dude got an agenda. So I stopped and said, oh, he pushing an agenda. As a military scientist. I said, okay. But the people can't see it. It's supposed to be a 50-year play. They don't know what they're doing. And so, for those of us that's in the know, especially the Judai heirs, the Hebrew bloodline, and even some of the commissions that, that get it too, we got, like, for real. Okay. Start to prepare and really get on that self-determination tip, even if it is just individual at this time. But just know that there are frameworks out there. Even if you were to reach out to me and say, well, I can't afford the gig economy offline thing. You said, so, I'm telling you. I do a little bit of, try to see where you're at mentally, see what your reason why you want it, but I would send it, to you. But this is where we're at. But if those niggas was to say, we'll start our, we got the framework for offline economy. We got the enterprise architecture, that we're going to have a military plans, military science. Hey, why don't we just start to just work on getting an island, or why don't we just start on getting some land? And, she claims she got these inventions. What kind of raw materials do you need? I did think of, if we can't get nothing traded in, could we do this on our own with America's resources? But we can. But what kind of things would you need from Africa? And they see all this stuff online with tether, and the African immigrant. Ain't nobody gonna take no nigga serious like that. I know an African that started a whole bank, mobile bank at that in Africa. I know a whole African that started a cryptocurrency that tied it to the fucking farm over in his country. They were not over here. Okay? It's a group of Nigerians that got a bank over here. These are very highly serious people. You see how they had the Caribbean awards. They say, okay, you don't want us at your Black BET awards. We not Black. We gonna do Caribbean awards. It was very popular. It was a success. They said, okay, really, niggas? Okay, we got some of that ass. I'm gonna delineate. We were already delineate per Jacobian law, per genealogy, and per the surnames and coats of arms. That has already been done as far as delineation with the Negro in America, per your genealogy records, per your tribe, Indian tribe, okay? Black nobility, okay? Old school boule, new school boule. Old school boule, they delineate from new school boule. Old school boule delineate from hood niggas. Yeah, they do. They got dowry still. They practice dowry still. Okay. Even some do arranged marriage still. So we were already delineated. And then we even delineate within Black America. We are. I'm a pioneer of delineation movement. Delineation was never a problem. It's the lack of high level sophisticated thinking that goes with it, which is by design. The government wants it that way. Tatter, emotional banner. No plan of action. No, anybody that's talking with a plan of action, get their motherfucking ass up out of here. She on next. Get that account off of there. She on shadow ban that shit. Oh shit, she undermined. Niggas can't get these ideas. Let's do a smear campaign. Let's do that. Oh, be a ritual on that ass. Okay. We're gonna do some COVID. Mason, where you at? You gotta get this bitch. Target. Okay. And they do it on behalf of the white folk. Okay. Yeah, so when we think about the danger of the level of taciturn and shrouded taciturn warfare, you can't detect it. It's so covert. So you thinking you doing one thing, but the agenda is another. The white folks is not on there fighting African immigrants. In fact, you see they trying to act like they're Christians and go, they know they took the oath to say it. They trying to act like it's gonna go over there. Really, they want that motherfucking lithium, the oil. You got a whole ocean underground. Okay, they say that with how many oceans they tell you? It's 4 oceans. Let me see how many oceans. And they got relics and fetishes too. Yeah, they want access to all of that. How many oceans? Okay, Nigeria borders the Atlantic Ocean. How many oceans? 5. Okay, so they say there's 5. Not true. That's all I say. But yes, we know 71% of the Earth is geographically divided into distinct bodies of water, large bodies of water. They say there's 5. There are underground oceans, and they are in Africa. And there is technology. I'm not going to talk about, even I have an invention for that technology myself that I invented like in 2016. Never talked about it. I think I was going to try to get that to the National Science Foundation too, and I'm glad I didn't. Okay, I never got back to it. My mind be all over the place. I'll be writing books. I'll be all. So I said, let me do something else. But this is what it is. They ain't talking all that shit about them immigrants, and they still trying to get deals. You see them, and they still not really doing a deal. They's trying to do, but Asia got raw material too, manufacturing capabilities. I think that Black America can have a good deal of manufacturing capabilities in terms of research and development, invention, and IP. That's what we can hold the market on. We can literally build a market on that. Just what I know alone, R&D and industry. Instead of selling drugs to your community, we develop R&D industry. That's $1 trillion right there. That's not spending power. That's capital power. That's your IP power, industry power as a nation. That's just R&D. That's not that's not talking about the hair industry. I'm about to give y'all some for that hair. That's not to talk about the Black church. Black church bringing $1 billion a year, $1 to $3 billion a year. Who it was. Okay. Barbershops, anyone? Your community center attachments, your school attachments. $1 billion. What the fuck are y'all doing with that? Oh, buying a private jet for $40 million for one man with a poverty student. You have church kids in poverty, and one man runs around in a $40 million jet. Is that really the body of Christ? Sounds like a den of thieves to me. Pharisees and douche time, table turning time on that ass. That's why you should say, I'm talking about y'all don't know me, a bitch. I don't know you. You was a crook ass motherfucker to your people. So get the fuck out of here. You talking about you the pastor? I don't mean nothing. Hoes in the church, all that. Y'all out of order. You'll come under the spirit of deception. A blonde wig on your head, and you sitting there preaching up at the church. You would come under the spirit of deception because you wouldn't have that blonde wig on your head. Okay, maybe you wear weave. It's gonna look like motherfucking Negro hair. Okay, deep wave what? Wet water wavy what? Afro what? 4C kinky what? The fuck? Even if you didn't want to wear the weave, But I didn't know. I thought, a nigga was just trying to banter on, I said, you just want to attack black women. But I had to think he was giving me a code because he's a time traveler that knew somebody was going to come out very famous and be very deceptive, and the people are going to fall for it because they're stupid. But he was trying to tell me, like, you got to understand the Hebrew bloodline, like what this shit is about. You better read them prophets, and as far as detecting false prophets. And they say, and it wasn't even like he had really an issue with women preaching, because for those who really know Hebrew and certain things that they change and certain things you do with the letters when you combine the Commission science with it, what it says. And I don't even think there's some prophets that believe a woman shouldn't teach. That is very true. Yeshua was not one of those prophets. And you go and you see how in Book of Thomas, I believe, where he left the disciples to follow Mary Magdalene, and even teaching her more than Mary and Magdalene. He said, well, once I go, y'all learn from her. So Yeshua was on some whole other, you go look at Luke 11-13. You women that are loose from your infirmity, 18 years. It's so much codes in that shit. It'd be flying over people's heads. He helped a woman with the blood, the 12 years. You got 3-9. He helped the young child that had died. You're 12. You got 3 again. He brings her back from the dead. Say, get her something to eat. I could just go over. I actually wrote down. I said, because I knew I wasn't tripping. I said he was from the Order of the Serpents, the one that to the old order of the Divine Feminine, from the 125D and the Atlantean dimension. So I said, I gotta break all this shit down, breaking all the codes down. All the codes. You tell Harold that fox, I've raised the dead, I cured disease, It's codes in that too. For the Moors. Morning stars. Okay. There's a schism. But if you're gonna try to demonize all Moors, you better hit the right targets. You're gonna fuck around and find out. Because that's really, y'all just jealous as fuck. And y'all want to, they all Dracos, they all this, they all that. You better hit the right motherfucking target. And if your ass is wrong, your ass is doomed. When you want to do all this demonizing because you got an agenda to push and satanic shit to cover up. That's really all it is. Hurry up and try to get that person out before they uncover the damn devil. Y'all could play that game. Of course, they got their people out trying to give you that botched as a code information about Satan is the adversary and Satan is the black woman and that says Lucifer. Okay, let's say Lucifer is Phosphorus. We can get into it. Let's get into it. Let's say it is. Why do your lights look like that? Them wires all out where they're bringing electricity in. That look raggedy as fuck. You really think an archangel, a fallen angel, even if you look at Isaiah 14, because ego descends you. It's not a bad thing. I'm just saying it descends you. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. However you want to look at it, I don't give a damn. But I'm just saying, you really think that even an entity like that, who was behind the science of Giza pyramids, electromagnetic pyramid, you really think that they would have some shit? These wires, you go to Georgia, you go to Oakland, you go to Hood, wires all over the place with your electricity like that. You really think that had that towers all look like no, absolutely not. They wouldn't even use that sort of methodology to even create energy. So I know that whoever is telling them they are Lucifer, it can't be. Because the shit's too janky. I could get offended. Oh, let's get our pitchforks out. Oh, everybody, let's sabotage her even more. But it's obvious. You don't go from electromagnetic levitation, and then somebody come and fuck over something and steal some knowledge and steal some information, and you could tell just because of the way the wires look. And so I don't care how much they come to you and try to intellectualize the occult information. They ain't got shit on Isaiah. I can tell you that. They really ain't got shit on Ramana Maharshi. Krishnamurti for that shit. For that matter. You're not about to tell me Aleister Crowley that I've read his shit. That shit, that's to me, I'm not impressed. For one, the lema is based on commissions. It's stolen knowledge. Anybody, you could look at the eyes, look at somebody that's advocating for harming little children. How could we possibly follow that? It ain't nothing new he was teaching. It was already found in the Rig Veda. It was already found in Veda Vedanta. It was already found in even in the Bible. What was so new? What would make me put him on a motherfucking pedestal over Amenhotep, over Anakin, over Isaiah, over Jeremiah, over Yeshua? Why would I put his motherfucking ass? Because they're gonna try to bring that back out on your ass, Black America, Aleister Crowley. That shit is whack. I already read it. I was reading that shit when I was like 18. I said, this don't resonate. This ain't it. I've been new. I said, God, I need to know right now. I said, because it's some manipulation shit going on. I can feel it. I feel with timeline switch. Tell me, what are they using? And clear as day, I closed my eyes. I said, give me the term and give me the spelling. Enochian magic. Boom, it pops up. 19 years old. I'll go look it up. I said it. First thing I said, it's reverse engineered. 19. I said, I'm not trying to be offended to nobody. I said, I'm not interested in that. Because I did know it was angelic science. And I do know that it is a mirror-based science where whatever is in is going to get out. So it's not recommended to use it. And I don't use it because if you got traumas or shadow magic or shadow work you have to do, or if you're trying to just use it to fuck with somebody, then it can have horrific, catastrophic effects. And so I knew that. And so I said, well, I know I got trauma. So I said, well, I ain't going to touch no Anakin magic. And I said, and when I looked at it, I said, that's reverse engineered. I said, that's not. I said, why is it? I said, it's too dark. I said, there's something about that I don't like. And I said, you asked the question. You said, what was the magic system? I gave you the motherfucking name with motherfucking spelling and all. And I said, well, yeah, you did. Because I looked it up and damn sure it was real. It exists. And so that's what they do. When we want to talk about, we can get into it. We can talk about, the Phoenicians, the Babylonians, the Cushites, the Sumerians, the Cometians, American indigenous, the descendants of Atlanteans by way of 125D. And in between those dimensions, you get Saturn. And to be honest, a lot of melanated people have those sciences in their epigenetics, whether it be the order of Melchizedek, certain practices, as well as the bloodline of Yeshua. And he didn't create religion or Christianity. You got Constantine motherfucking ass that used to politicize it, but Christianity was not created by Constantine because you had the Kingdom of Adongola in Ethiopia that had a version of it already. But he said, we gonna definitely motherfucking politicize it with religion. We can rule the world. We can get we use this for mind control. Constantine, Roman Emperor. Okay. You got different schools of thoughts that even some people of the Judite bloodline are familiar with. You have Kabbalah, you have your Kemet science, your Gnosticism, your Shakti school of thought, and other sciences as well. And so, when I talk about the Atlanteans and people get upset about that, we're talking interdimensionally. We're talking about at the level of the solar system and the soul. When we talk about the Lion of Judah, we're talking about very specific things as it relates to different dimensions. But here's the thing, the people that opened the portal for Saturn and for Christ did not realize that morning stars are a class of beings. So when you look at Revelations, you see Yeshua says, I am the morning star. When you look at Isaiah 14, you see that Lucifer is referred to as a morning star too. So let's get scientific with it. Because again, this book is written like a kid. So that I could break this down too. I have permission to break this down. So that an intellectual will look at it and be like, that ain't about nothing. Let me go give me some Cometian science. Let me go get to the Rig Veda. Let me go read the Devi Mahatmya, something a little more, highfalutin. Well, it's coded like that purposely. I'm not advocating for anybody to do whatever you been doing, keep doing it. I don't care. I ain't here to convert nobody. Whatever you've been doing, keep motherfucking doing it. We don't care. Now, if somebody gets something out of what I'm saying and may want to look it up for themselves, do a little research and see what she's able to do, that's one thing. But I'm not here to browbeat your ass with it. Because I be talking in codes, even when we talk about the parable of the parable of the sower. Yeah, you may think, oh, she's giving us the Bible thumping verse. Oh, I'm giving somebody a game until how a system is ran and how to navigate out of it. Okay, and to know some signs of the times so that you can see, hopefully, that if you in the know, then if you really are that Judy, the Judite bloodline, you should be able to decode it. Especially those that are already, self-proclaimed occultist, self-proclaimed esoteric, self-proclaimed prophetess, self-proclaimed, seers and all this stuff. And then another person was giving me some game like, I got to talking cold. Like, what the fuck? Like, it wasn't that he had an issue with like really a woman teaching. It's just like somebody sit up in a church or somebody just sit up even on social media. You see they're wearing a wig, a blonde wig at that. And they come in and telling you they're a prophetess and they're trying to teach you something, but they don't teach you nothing about the codes breakdown in the Bible or any book on the equation level, the scientific level. That's a false prophet. Or if they don't have a history of an event coming to pass that they predicted, is that really a prophetess? But I had to think about that because I said, you sound like a hater. You just trying to bash black women. Y'all niggas is always trying to, I'm sensitive. I'm emotional. I'm ready to get off the phone. Get your motherfucking ass off my phone. You just ready to attack black women. But then he was trying to warn me because he could see something in the future. He said, somebody's going to go very, viral with elements from your story. They're literally watching you and copying you and taking stuff out of your books and stuff and trying to sway energy from you and what you're doing and bring it and try to convince niggas they need to go follow Trump. But he was like, discernment is key. It is a Bible verse. And you need to be able to discern what is legitimate. And his thing was anything that comes out of you're most powerful when you are your natural self, your natural beauty, your natural hair. Okay, I'm not judging people that wear the weave. I wear the weave as my hair texture or whatever. I'm not judging people that flat iron their hair. Who gives a fuck? I flat iron my hair. But he's saying like you're your best when you're your natural self. You can't go outside without having no makeup on. I used to be like that. I know what that feels like. They feel ugly without makeup. They feel ugly without the hair done. They can't show their natural hair. You never see their natural hair. But then they claim they're prophetess, and then they come telling you, that they of God and all these things, and they go on and try to preach. And homeboy was saying, that's the spirit of deception. Because they can't come to you natural. And they don't even have a verse that they breaking down equation wise, not on no religion stuff, but just equation wise. That's a false prophet. And I said, well, wow, I never thought about it like that. He wasn't even directing it towards me. I could tell he wasn't. Because I bring out that book. I'll bring up that book on your ass and we can get busy. Most books, to be honest. But I could tell you when talking about me, and I know people, they love to drag me and stuff in their little Masonic lodge or whatever. But it makes sense. It makes sense because I said, well, that is a spirit of deception. Because who come with what black woman or anybody come with a blonde wig on their head or a man up there with heels on his feet and all this stuff, and it's something just off about it. Especially when they want to direct people to a political party or to even a whole nother, geopolitics and geopolitical warfare under the guise of religion. Constantine already did that. They say they go to Africa. The Africans had the land, the white man had the Bible, and then next thing you know, the white man had the land and the Africans had the Bible. Mind you, they originally had their own Ethiopian Bible, their own Akibalan Bible, Levitical priest Bible, or teachings rather. And then, next thing you know, they're getting the Constantine version. They're getting the Western version. Catholic version. Coming out of Rome. And what is Africa named after? A Roman emperor, Scipio Africanus. Well, is Africa's original name? Akibalan. Y'all still think y'all not in spiritual warfare? You still think that Satan ain't trying to take your soul? Now, when we say that, obviously it sounds like a kid. It sounds like a toddler. It sounds crazy. You want to be sophisticated. Oh, I can do that contract. I do that. I have this occult knowledge. I'm telling you. It's not designed like that on purpose. But I'll break down to you how some of that stuff sounds so kid-like, but it fly over people's head. Let's get it. Let's get into it. Because it's not, like people say, well, it's easier to go to the Bible than commit. That's not true. That's not true. Commission science is actually more upfront and direct, if anything, which is fine with me. But let's talk about the Hebrew shit. You have Lucifer saying that he's a morning star. You have Yeshua saying that he's also the morning star. So now we're talking about morning star beings. Both are light. One represents phosphorus. Okay, but if Yeshua is talking about a different process in terms of Lucifer is okay with the contrast and taxonomy of ego to descending through different dimensions, and Yeshua is talking about the opposite of that. That means you have different forms of light rays. Now we get into electronegativity. This is a code for electronegativity, by the way. Let me pull this up because I was actually have some information on this electronegativity. Let's go. Turning it on these pipes. Why did I save all this shit? Electronegativity. Okay, here we go. We got one thing right there. Okay, so we'll go here. And so now we're going to talk about electronegativity is the measure of an atom to attract a bonding pair of electrons. So you have the Pauling scale is the most commonly used electronegativity scale. Paul, the Apostle Paul. On that scale, you have Flourine. This is the most electronegative element. Okay, it's a sign of value of 4. Okay, 4. 4 corners of the earth. 4 seasons. 4 great spirits if you're American Indian. And values range down to cesium and francium, which are the least electronegativity at 0.7. So here's the thing. You have Lucifer, phosphorus. We know that. That's electronegativity of 2.19 on a Pauling scale, which is medium. Then you have Flourine. That's Yeshua. He was pretty much just changing the octave of light. Literally on this planet, which we're trying to. Obviously, they killed him and used his teachings for political reasons and organized religion, which gives you mind control. Most times, people with the agenda, it kept the den of thief type vibe, pretty much. It pretty much, when you think about him going off at the Sadducees and the Pharisees, and you see that, is that not someone calling out the same thing that you see today? Prosperity gospel, all this Joel Osteen, and let me shut up because I'll be getting, but all these people with all these jets and money's millions and millions. You see, they said, F what he talking about. Look, we just gonna keep doing what he talked about, what he called us out on during the Sadducees and Pharisees when he turned over the table and talked about the tithing and stuff. We're just gonna keep doing it. But he was already trying to, that's how you know. He was already trying to ascend the octave, pretty much. This planet is on a note of G7. We trying to change it up. I put it on G. I'm not going to give because for those who's in the know, like, I'm in hot water. I don't got, I don't know how much these people are willing to go. And so I do have to keep things covert. We ain't in Sun Ra days. But by that, I'm talking about literally the Sun Ra. I guess, yeah, we can do both Sun Ra, like Great Mother Sun Ra, Kemet, but also like Herman Blunt, Birmingham, Alabama, country boy, country Negro, Sun Ra too. Okay. Where he was the one also trying to put it off of G7 and try to see where you could change the notes. And he did, I would say, decent job, but he also kind of was like, they just a lost cause. Like, he's just one of those entities, they a lost cause. But we're trying to see. But I think it just needs, I'm trying to see, like, well, God, give me the blueprint to take it off of G itself. Can we try another note itself and see what happens? Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. Maybe I'm not the person for that. Maybe somebody else will be able to do it, right? So we'll see. We do know that there's a science and a group of people that are allowed to do that. It's not just anybody, we're going to study college J.N.S. and call up her line and try to get intel and ask stupid questions and try to get all this stuff. And I'll be able to do it. I mean, try it, but I mean, it's a bloodline thing, and people get mad at that all they want. Everybody is control their own destiny. They have their own redemption path. They can save themselves. I'm not here to proselytize, and so never let nobody condemn you. This is not me condemning you or anyone. I think that in a fit of anger, we get upset at sellouts. We get upset at people who do us dirty. We get upset at the system. But any system can also be redeemed, like anything, or created new or rebirthed. So that's really, really a real thing. But so that we have phosphorus, we have a electronegativity of 2.9 on a Pauling scale, and we have fluorine, which is electronegativity of 3.98 on the Pauling scale, which is the highest. So they was classified as high. And so this is just a different form of light. Okay, so let's go to the other one. And so now we have, that's what Yeshua and Lucifer. But now, obviously, when we talk about the micro level, this comes out in the blood. This comes out in a human as well. Not just the science behind it, but let's see. And so it's a measurement, okay? It's a measurement. And this relates to the valence bond theory, which helps you understand how one chemical property with another property as well. And so it gives you the base energy calculations of different elements having a covalent bonds. And so it's, now here we go for those who understand that when I said the Bible is a book that has quantum entanglement in it. And then you go to predict if an atom will form an ionic or a covalent bond, to predict if the resulting molecule will be polar or non-polar. Okay. Let's see. Is defined as a measure of tendency of an atom to attract electrons towards itself, is described as well as a atom attracts an electron. Electron is what? The negative, the divine feminine. Okay. Lucifer is morning star. Path of Lucifer, how you know, who once laid relations, though how have you fallen? Usually due to ego, pride coming before the fall. Is someone who's okay with the serving of the self, as they say. But Yeshua talks about serving of the self, but going through the different, what he talks about, the two most important commandments. For those who want to break down that code. Love the Lord your God. Love God with all your heart and with all your soul and all your mind. Love God. Second one, love your neighbor. But what does it say in Psalms 82? You are all gods, you are all sons of the Most High, but you have fall like one of the princes because of ego. So would you put that code? The equations have to add up. If someone says you are all gods, you are all sons of the Most High, but you will fall like one of the princes because of the pride and the ego, like Lucifer. Okay. But then Yeshua says, love the Lord your God with all your heart. Pay attention to the code. I'm not breaking this shit. That you got to be love the Lord your God with all your heart, and love your neighbor. That solves all of. Remember, and he said, follow the 10 Commandments. Remember, what's all the 10 Commandments? Do not envy. Do not covet. Do not. If you love God with all your heart and you love your neighbor, that raises the frequency automatically because you're dealing with love, and you get rid of all the envy, all the coveting, all the greed. You don't want to hurt your neighbor. You don't want to murder your neighbor. You don't want to do something to your neighbor. When you look at the 10 Commandments, it's just somebody that's like, okay, how can we make this a little more simpler? Because the 615 laws, all this ritual, all of this, we got to do this, we got to do that. And remember, what was that? But I said faith verse. It's not the action without. It was a one like sacrifice or desire. Oh man, about sacrificing and offerings. Where okay, what is it? I'm trying to look it up. Okay, but righteousness. Yeah, but righteousness was better than a sacrifice. That's literally what it was saying. And we talk about Old Testament says that too, but the New Testament says that as well. And so I'm trying to look for the exact verse. It's not, is it Hebrews? Let me see. And then also with, let's see, righteousness. I'm trying to look this up. Better than a sacrifice verse. Okay. Okay, so it's Proverbs 2:21-3. To do what is right and just is more acceptable to the Lord than a sacrifice. I knew it was something in there about it. I just needed the verse. That's Proverbs 21, verse 3. 33. Proverbs 33 it was a code to the Masons. Proverbs 33. Proverbs. Proverbal. For those who know, heck of magic. For those who know, the universe is mental. For those who know, from thought you get form. As a man thinketh, so is he. Proverbs 33. To do what is right and is just is more acceptable to God than a sacrifice. Because they knew he was practicing sacrifice, the blood magic, and doing all that shit that it makes sense to do it. So they was coding this, all this stuff. They was popping up. That's why that's the real reason why the Hebrews get prosecuted, by the way. The real ones. There's reason why the Negro is always, they say their job is to make sure that the Negro never rises. I even heard black people say that. That's a part of their club. That's why. This is real serious. It's literally just playing out. And I'm not saying that all commissions do this, because not all commissions do that shit at all. Obviously, you got a group of a group of people that's still doing that stuff. They're gonna lie and cover it up. Of course, they're gonna. And who's gonna admit that? It's supposed to be secret, which is why Yeshua say, "Don't take it on." Okay. So you have electronegativity chart and a periodic table. We're dealing with light on a cosmic level of what those represent in terms of ascension and descension. Essentially, one represents phosphorus, the other represents fluorine. Let's see. Two important factors. First is nuclear charge. Higher number of protons in an atom is stronger with a force of attraction on electrons. Now we talk about electromagnetism, divine feminine, divine masculine. Remember in the verse what Yeshua said, when a man becomes female and female becomes man, but they saying it cold. They ain't transgenderism. Okay, no. Okay, we're talking about union. We're talking about those who balance the yin and yang. Okay, balance. Okay, wholeness, whole. The second is the location of the number of electrons in an atomic shell, because the motherboard of electricity comes from the electron, which is the divine feminine, and that code can be broken down even in Genesis too. And so that's really what it's. So did that sound so? I mean, again, it's if you're a child of Magi bloodline, you should be able to break this stuff down. But do that sound so kid like, so childish? So no. I think that's the only one I could break down. And I'm telling you that throughout this whole book, all this stuff like that, that's nothing. It's like throughout the whole entire book. And I said, God, can I teach this? Can I do this? Can I get that out? If it's a yes, if I get like this crazy feeling like don't do it because they on your head, then I say, okay, I let it go. They on your head because they're trying to change the timeline. So don't go out, say this, don't go do that, don't go da. Just work on yourself, work on your healing and forgiveness of yourself and forgiveness of others. And I'm kind of gullible and I'm trying to work on it. I'm working on it. They saying that some of these people is demons. I said, well, I thought they was just hurt humans and shit. They saying, no, these motherfuckers are. But I know about interdimensional beings and stuff. The thing is, I see humans as interdimensional beings. So just because you're a human, you're still a spiritual being. You're still interdimensional being. I've said that. All humans are interdimensional. I've said that on record, even in videos. And so that's an aspect of that. Now, remember, there's different types of light. You got your infrared, ultraviolet, negative green, harmonic gold. So that's what the codes in the Bible, they talk about different forms of light, even within the verses. And, you're telling humanity these things. And so when people open up portals for like Saturn and they thinking that, okay, this great darkness is going to come up. We're going to be able to rule the world. That's not, if your equation didn't get added up, then Luciferic beings or these morning stars could come through. Even angelic, from literally the angelic kingdom. Okay. Yeshua is a light being. So the codes have to connect. So you thinking you open up a portal, we're going to get the greatest darkness. We got CERN. We're going to get some, oh my gosh, we're going to get those for, which one? The grandma? That created electronegativity, the primordial waters? You might get Yeshua asked, what are we doing here? Do you guys know what you're actually doing? You might get Tahuti ass. Order of Tahuti. Brother version of the order of Gali. You might get a Gali. What are we doing here? You didn't fuck around with CERN? You didn't lie on them? Lied on these entities? Somebody got some explaining to do. And protectors of the divine feminine, because you deal with Saturn. 369, you're dealing with Isis, Ra, and El. You're dealing with Maiden, Mother Chrome. You're dealing with, do you know the levels attached? There's males and females that are attached to that energy from these different dimensions. Did you think you were just going to get Cometian ones or Babylonian ones? Anything could come through. Anything. A Cometian, a Sumerian, the Hebrew ones. Like, what are, like, and so they were messing around with CERN in 2022. Okay. Mm-hmm. The Tiamat Ash, I'm light on her. A whole SA victim. And, I was almost, they tried to get me out the paint. They done suspended my X account, but my bloodline, created some of these sciences. So I was teaching it, but I didn't understand why it was a secret. I'm not initiated in their stuff, but also it's happy to see, that people understand when we talk about Ra from, Kemet, that you have this, the feminine aspect of Ra. That's why Akhenaten looked the way he had. And he was, people say he was a hermaphrodite. I don't know. But as far as that sun, they always showed a picture of him looking up at the sun. I mean, he had he was the one that kind of made Egypt for a bit monotheistic because they did sun worship. But you have Ra as the sun, your great mother, octave of the primordial. Not as quite as old as Saturn, but it connects to Saturn as a satellite. It's a melanin, because black darkness creates light. And that's why you had that melanin, what it's going to do, absorb the light. And guess what? There's different forms of melanin. That's not just pheomelanin. That's not just neuromelanin. That's not just eumelanin. Yeah, we ain't get into that. Why you think Osiris is green and all this stuff. You got the one that's green. It ain't been discovered yet. Okay. All of this stuff was taught to, at one point when Atlantis was on this dimension, it was taught to them. 125D dimension and Saturn. And so you have the Atlanteans, yeah, you had different, at that point, you still made it in the flesh, humans, but there's also entities, the Dracos, the Lemurians, and more. Then they taught some humans in Africa, the Americas, in India, the Atlantean version of Masonry. And Pleiades also has a version of Masonry as well that is more found in the Americas. And then they also have a different type, that's where like Aztec, Mayans, and Incas, they got their little thing where they had, the Kokukan, what was that? They used to do, that's where some of the schism was at, because they do a lot of, they was doing human sacrifice too. But there's this thing where people feel like, making those deals impacts with the lesser gods. There is a bloodline or lesser key Solomon that felt like that was forbidden science, just like when you watch the soul of what's it called? Alchemy of the Soul. They had someone say, "Oh, that's forbidden science," when they was doing a body snatching where you would transfer someone's souls into another body. That was in that show. It's a show, right, called Alchemy of Souls. It's an Asian show. That was forbidden magic. Okay, and so this is why there's been a fight to keep all this stuff under wraps and go after the people that's teaching about these things. Usually Black women's, okay? Especially Black women's. If they can't get you in control of what you're teaching and under the umbrella of that Western colonialist paradigm, and, pretty much where you're leading people off cliffs, pretty much. You're not really giving nobody no real game because you controlled and paid not to at that point. And also, you going off of what's in your soul. You know what feels right. At the instant of the flash what is okay to give out and what's not. And so, we talk about the time to be alive in the age of the divine feminine, in the age of, they call it end times, in the age of Aquarius, age of information, age of intellectualism. So they go and try to reverse it. They want to make it the age of anti-intellectualism. They want to bring you back to the dark ages. But you got your ass in medieval ages, scratching your ass and you got no damn sewer connection, and motherfuckers is living in squalor with pigs and shit and stuff like they did was in Europe, how the Moors found them. And so we say no. We say we got high level sophistications and quantum teleportation, molecularizations that we can come up with, in the words of Sun Ra. And a group 4 is here to reveal itself. Different people, ancient orders, different types of things are here to reveal itself. And so they have been targeting people, whether it's been Darren Seals, Thomas Sankara, Sandra Bland, or Neil Hurston, a bunch of other Black people, living and dead. Okay. trying to get access to understanding. Oh my gosh, those Negroes are talking about Atlantis. Oh my gosh, I need to talk about commission science. Studying every little thing. You watch it. Even right now, you don't think they got the computer and all this stuff? You don't think that? You don't think they listening through the computers, listening to, that's why they have all that what's called smart shit, the smart Internet of Things. Internet of Things could be cool because you have the option to turn it off and pick which device you want the Internet of Things to run on. And it's just too much of a corrupt system, to be honest, to promote that type of stuff. I like it. I like the idea of Internet of Things. I like the idea of AI, but it's too, everything is about greed for them. So it's like, it's not even worth it. I'd rather go just fuck it. I'm going off grid. Fuck this. Fuck this. Like, that's like literally like, you'd be so traumatized seeing where they going with it. You be like, nah, man. I don't know about this. I don't know about this. And so that's where we're at. Let me see if there's anything else on my notes. But Internet of Things, as we got, you put your phone, the TV is listening and watching you, the computer can pick up, the phone can pick up. You can't even take the batteries out the phone. Remember the flip phones, you could take the battery out the phone. TV was so bulky and shit. Unplug it, you ain't had no smart, nothing. Now hiccup to no Wi-Fi. Shit, some of us, we so traumatized, we'd rather go back to that. Give me that bulky ass TV. Give me that flip phone. Where the flip phone at? We take the phone at. Black American, I'm gonna give y'all this. I'm gonna give y'all some game. You take it or leave it. Because if somebody use this can benefit us all. And my soul is tired. You got coulda, woulda, shoulda. Niggas in the 80s doing war on drugs, selling out the community, selling drugs to their own community. They could have very well said, y'all go into them Koreans, y'all go into all these people to go get weaves and head. Let's see if they'll do a deal with you. If they won't, as far as materials and stuff, they won't do fair business with you. They want to cut you out the business and they don't want to do nothing with you. Let's agree to just do our own thing and we'll come up with something unique. What would that be? Obviously, a lot of the Black women like wearing the hair weaves. A lot of the Black women do wigs. They make wigs. They do it. Where would you get the hair? Okay. You don't want to really wear the human hair of somebody else because that's witchcraft. I already talked about how, and it says chakras of the head. It's a video on my channel called Chakras of the Head, Black Women and Weave and Wigs. They thought I probably was degrading them. I wasn't. I was just talking about how there's some smart women that actually know where to go and get specific wigs from because those weaves were cut from the hair of women who dedicated to specific gods, like Parvati or Lakshmi or something. And those women know where to go and get, like a smart Black woman would know where to go and source their hair from because they know that they cut, and those women are dedicating their hair at certain temples in India or in Asia, whatever. So I was talking about that, but you don't really want to do that either. Invent a earth-friendly, sustainable, motherfucking new hair weave, not Kanikalon, right? Not, we talking about, and God gave me this. God say, there's a certain type of tree out there. There's trees out there. Certain texture of this tree can be manipulated to make a hair weave. This is the invention I'm giving y'all freely. Somebody go and do the research. Somebody go put it together. Or don't get mad when the Asians do it. Don't get mad when that white man do it. Because they be listening and stalking everything I do. Not all Asians are, not all white, but don't get mad when somebody that's I'm telling you, jump on it first. There is, and what was the chemical? Is there any chemical? There's a tree. These fibers from these woods, certain types of woods, you could make a hair weave with them that will mimic your hair. Now, Black women wear the wigs and stuff. Remember how a lot of that Kanikalon you can make curly naturally when you do what? You put the roller on it, you give it that hot ass burning water, and then you get that kinky curl, right? Because what God showed me is like it'll be straight, but one of these Black women can figure out how to get it crinky curly or keep it, different waves and all this stuff. That tree. And so let's say we were back in the 80s, whatever. They could have just did that invention and sell that hair weaves, do braids with it. It don't harm your head. It ain't giving you fibroids. It ain't fucking you up, right? That's it. You start making your own product. Was it Mr. Dudley's? What was Do Grow? I used to wear Do Grow growing up. What was it? Lion's Mane. $8 billion a year. So that's $8 billion. So we got R&D, research and development. That's $1 trillion. You got hair industry per year. That's $8 billion a year. Instead of going to give your money all to these beauty supplies and all these people that's all in your community, why didn't Blaque Men, they love to do some talking about pimping and all this stuff. Why didn't they say, y'all asses is going to these salons, y'all asses is going to all these hair supply stores, y'all asses getting all these nails done. We got to run this industry for y'all because y'all asses, okay, somebody, we get the patent for the, what's that? Y'all done invented all these pretty cool, and there's going to be more. It's not just going to be from trees. Get creative with it. Okay. And then instead of, having to go get weed from Asia and stuff, Black people are already created their own eco-friendly, sustainable hair weaves. Weave ain't going nowhere. Even they got man weave. You need to get the man weave. And what waves? These Black men's got the man weaves. Because Black people like, they all, into the appearance. Ain't nothing wrong with it. I'm not as shallow, but I'm just saying, whatever. You weren't always that shallow, by the way. There's your invention. Look at them trees. But also take it a step further. What other natural materials can we kind of change that we can use to manipulate? Obviously, you could probably use an animal, of course, but I'm just saying, maybe you don't want to use animal. Maybe we don't have. We talking about we don't have access to animals. We got access to trees, though. I even think there was a Black woman in Africa. I forgot what chemical she used or what ingredient she used. But just we talking about Black America. We talking about coulda, woulda, shoulda. We talking about even what you can do now. There's your invention. And so you got instead of all these products. Okay, what Black women's come up with? Hair jam, gel, wet shampoo, all that stuff. Go to your own people to buy it. This is something that could have been set up in the 80s. People getting killed in hair supply stores and stuff by outsiders. People that don't even like us. That's racist to us. Okay. Where was Black men or all these? We got all these inventions. Y'all brag about all these inventions and stuff. Nobody in the 80s, they all thought to sell drugs to the community. But nobody was like, look, shit, it's good. I see this burnt as or a certain type of wood, or we don't put this chemical on it. It would have made like motherfucking strand. It kind of looked like Kanekalon hair. Let mom get your ass over here. Come help me out. Let's go. Let's get a patent for this. Let's test it out. Let's see how it can curl. Let's study the burn point before it motherfucking fry. How do we get it curly? How can we get it afro? How can we make a wig out of it? How do we make a wigs out of it? And shit, we might have to do underground economy. You already was doing underground economy with hoeing and gambling and all this other shit. So why couldn't you do it if you felt like the government's going to attack us because they burned down Tulsa? They burned down. Go build it again. So what? Build or die trying. Shit. You don't say get rich or die trying. Build or die trying. What the fuck? They built down Tulsa. Okay, underground. You still sell drugs. So you could still do an underground hair stuff too. Nobody going to know. Somebody's house is filled up with products and hair products. You go and you buy from them underground, physical currency, cryptocurrency, whatever. They don't have to, but then again, somebody going, the Negroes are doing it. You got to be careful. That's why it would knock your ring doing none of that bullshit. We gonna spray them up. Let me be quiet. But I'm saying like we not rolling with nobody that roll like that. That ain't cool. Black women's getting it. Everything they think is a competition about dick in competition. Where's my check? All these things. They sell me out. They sell each other out. They doing each other dirty. They doing it. You know what I mean? So it's like No, like there's gonna have to be a separation. There's gonna have to be some more delineation, as y'all say. We are delineating. Oh, we gonna have to be some more delineating. Because I don't want to be around no niggas that's pushing government on us, that's pushing and it's not that they pushing illegitimate government, no agenda for the Black American. The only thing they tell you is, oh, go with a government contract, bragging about, okay, wanting to see Black people down and out. You ain't getting no stamps. They don't even know the occult reasons. But actually, I think they do. They just think it's funny because it's like, we just sacrifice these niggas. That's why I say, come up with the parallel infrastructure. I gave out the blueprint, move the gig economy offline. But here's the thing, the white people don't know what to do. So they sitting up there all mad and undermining me because they feel like, okay, they keep trying to, like, they keep trying to make it seem like, oh, she's so racist. She's too pro-Black. She's too Black. It's not about being pro-Black. I'm pro-human. But I'm not stupid either. Okay. I've seen how y'all treated me. Okay. I've seen how y'all treated people. I see how y'all think. I've been around you. I went to Columbia University. I went to Georgia State University. I see how white people think. I know how y'all think. Okay, I have two white grandmothers, fourth grandmother on mom and dad's side, biological, both white on them census. I've been white in status. Okay, people think about white in color. There's white in status. Moors in Europe, white and Black were statuses. To botch the masonry over here, they made it into color. Okay, but a lot of the Black people that you see when their genealogy, they Negro, right? But you see they got more money than the average white person. That's because they're white in status. And it's not going through a process of mason. We created it. I got the book all the way from secret society in Africa. All that stuff with the laying, the ritual of laying in the coffin, the ritual of blindfolding and putting that little thing. That book is right now. They've been doing that in Africa so long ago. They even said they forgot why they were doing it. That's masonry. Right off the cuff, Pende, right by, and they even mentioned tribal Levi. They mentioned how they went into Europe. They mentioned this same book. It's nothing new. But let you tell it, they want to believe that they created masonry. Okay, you did it. Okay, do it again. Okay, do it again. They want to believe that stuff. So we just let them believe it. You want to take credit for everything. You want to say Black people never invented anything. You want to say they wanted to, let them believe it. Niggas, get away from them. I can't be around the people that think like that because I know it's not true. If I can pull up patent control numbers for 50,000 inventions with the name and a number, look at the person that, if I can pull up a book from hundreds of years ago that's mentioning all the Masonic rituals found in a independent tribe, from a primitive tribe, they dick and balls filled with leaves, walking around with a hut. And the same rituals that y'all brag about at Yale, we lay in the coffin, can be found in Africa. All of it, even the Balenciaga rituals, ball with the, I ain't gonna go there, found it in Africa. Or Kibalon, rather. Primitive tribes. Potent altars, potent. Some of that stuff is disgraceful. I ain't even gonna hold you. All that stuff I even do. What they talk about, the blood mags and the poo and all that stuff that you saw them doing over here in the industry. Africa. I got the book. And they fell because of that. They don't want to mention that, but I would recommend it. And I'm not being funny and I'm not trying to be hateful. But all them rituals, I even had this book that say that they mixed it with the skin of their enemies to make drums and they eat hearts and all this stuff. Same stuff that we think is so detestable when we found out the elites were doing. They learned it from Africa. They say they got some rituals there that altars that hadn't been touched that smell like straight sewer because they got human blood and all these different things and a toe of a frog and it's just straight witchcraft. I think, honestly, as I was reading that, I say this is why they be having them issues because they have too many lesser god altars everywhere that descends Africa. And so whether I don't mean to be offensive, I understand if they're powerful to you, you keep them up. I'm not trying to, but I'm saying from what I got, it was a recommendation because even if Black America got them over here, is to tear them down. That they're abominable. Especially for those that still, tribal Levi over there, Nigeria. Some of this, so there's a small amount of Judahite heirs over there, very, very small amount. We were told, it's recommended that y'all tear down those altars with all that nasty blood. The ones that, for those who didn't know, the African nobility over there. that the altars with that then haven't been touched in hundreds of years are really heavily guarded, the primitive one with they smell like sewer and all that. If there's a way to purify it, or you guys know the science better than I do, I can't tell, and you guys know how to reverse something or whatever. That was the recommendation to ascend a keep line back to that melanin. There's a very, when you ever meet that spirit of melanin, you ever meet that spirit of that high level melanated person, high level, highly evolved, way past, your ancestor, not your, ancient ancestor at that. Not nothing you gonna find going back to, we in Black America, we find motherfuckers in Ireland, we don't find motherfuckers, or Indian tribe. No, we talking about they so old. They evolve, they way past planet Earth. They come and they ready, they looking around, checking the place out. And they give you that, you feel that spirit, it'll bring tears, you'll break down crying. It's the most beautiful spirit in the world. You feel that big mama woman come through, or the big old black man coming through. Old time, they in Atlantia, they in whatever. Saturn being pitch black, whatever. You feel that, it is the most amazing feeling. And that's why I've been crying. I even had a damn near nervous breakdown hearing the way those black men was talking in Riyadh's room. I boohoo cry, snot coming, like blow your nose, cry, because it was such a foreign spirit to me in them. That ain't it. They was telling black people they got to worry about credit score. The credit score is a sham. They was like, it's about credit. It's about credit. And they was like, it's about, we got to go to school. We don't have to do, we got to, it's not telling them, speaking against the vocational skills, speaking against carpentry, speaking against these things where they can be able to be self-sustaining, off-grid innovations. They were saying no homeschool. There's like, don't home. They want us to. It was like the education system is better than homeschooling, not realizing that those with higher IQs are homeschooled. We talking about niggas in the hood. I had a friend that was homeschooled up to 6th grade. Hood, straight hood. Everybody know Utica, that's the hood in Buffalo. She come to charter school, apply technology with me. She was homeschooled. And I remember she used to look down on all them students in there, white and black. She used to be like, they so behind. They were so behind. She was in an advanced class, obviously, with me. Did all the skipping all the grades and all that stuff. Homeschool, very high IQ. Then she got disinterested and weren't really caring about no good grades. All of us was like that. We was highly, highly intelligent. We was so motherfucking bored. Every day I was able to sit, me and a friend. I know she probably remember this. We in 6th grade, Alicia Keys album come with Diary of Alicia Keys. You know how they had the headphones that can go on one ear, then so we used to share it. It wasn't the one that go over the head, it's the one that latches on into the ear. I get one ear, you get the other ear. And we had a CD, we was playing a CD, and we would have our sweaters over it so the teachers couldn't see. The teacher is speaking and teaching all this all day. We was listening to motherfucking Alicia Keys in the 6th grade and still had a fucking 98 average, 100 average. We was looking at her like, we just gonna go home and figure it out because this shit is boring. And we literally did within 30 minutes. And I remember a call friend, give me an answer to this and we didn't get it. Oh, I already figured it out. It ain't nothing. Black folk. Every day. I was Sally Victorian in 8th grade, 98. They didn't want to give it to me though. Obviously they didn't want to give it. I had to share it with somebody. They didn't want to give it to me, I had got suspended that same year 11 times for fighting. 8th grade, I was always fighting. I was always doing something crazy. I was always riling up everybody to go do something crazy too, white and black. I was riling up somebody to get some. So they didn't like my motherfucking ass. So they every to the principal, they used to be looking at me side eye like, this bitch is dangerous. Because I remember I had convinced the whole class that they had a flip chart thing. Everybody, you got to flip your card. And it was very systematic. It was to control our behaviors. And I said, they trying to control. I remember I had the chart of my
Okay, so if you're on YouTube, I just have to manually re-add the stream on another site after an hour, so that's why there's a pause. So just give me like literally like 30 seconds to do that. And let's see. Okay, so I guess that worked. That was pretty easy to do. Okay, so let's share the live again. So I'll continue to play.
I said, they trying to control us with this. And everybody's like, yeah, yeah. And I threw it in the shower and put through the water on it and said, fuck it. And they said, whoever did this, your ass is getting suspended. And I got suspended on X. But yo, who did it? They went all the way because they offered them candy. They'd offered them money to get ice cream. That was a big thing. The money to get that ice cream. Okay. In 8th grade. They asked all the kids who threw the flip chart in a shop. They had already figured it was me. No lie. They said, we know it's Jenny motherfucking ass. She always doing some shit. Bitch smart as motherfucker. We actually like her ass. But she just don't like nobody can try to control. But look at nobody actually told. Nobody actually told. They asked all the black kids, they asked all the white kids. We don't know. They gave them sucker ice cream, money. Nobody told. I ended up telling them myself because we know you did it. They even gave the names. They was like, because they knew I had beef with a girl they even set her up. They gave her a sucker. She walks out with the sucker. They was all walking out and she laughing. So I said, damn, she done told on me. So they already did they had, as they went to interrogate me, she was walking out of the interrogation. See how they do? Like, well, and I'm 8th grader, I ain't the sophisticated. See, I damn near told myself now, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, so I wanted to elaborate a little further. After the girl came out of the interrogation, it was my turn to get interrogated. And since the principal had knew that me and the other girl didn't get along, they set it up to where they gave her the sucker. She comes out, you walk out laughing. Who threw the chart and she actually didn't tell on me. But when I walked in, the first thing the guy kept saying was, "We know it was you. You might as well come clean because you already know you already know who told on you." And so with the pressure of him saying it like that, I just was like, okay, how long am I gonna get suspended? And it was like 11 days. And I was like, can we do 5? And then he was like, you know what, we'll do the 5. And so I got suspended for 5 days. And so we weren't able to, it was 11 days. Yeah. So we didn't have to do the full like 2 weeks and stuff because that would have been, kind of extreme. But they did do the 5 days. And then I got in trouble. It was around my birthday time, which was so stupid. And I was actually supposed to have like a slumber party, like one of the sleepovers. And my sister did cancel the sleepover because of that behavior. Yep. I had to go to my other sister's house actually during that whole suspension. That full 5 days, I had to go to my sister Saber's house. And I have to say, it didn't feel like no motherfucking suspension there because even though I was in trouble, so to speak, like I was still able to pretty much do whatever I wanted. So it wasn't like, but I didn't get my sleepover, and I wanted to have that sleepover. It was supposed to be a sleepover, invite some friends over, get pizza and wings, have cake and ice cream, watch movies, talk shit, dance, do balloons, the whole thing. And even with my granny, we were always doing sleepovers. We always I grew up always having sleepover parties for the birthday, and all the kids in the hood, mainly from J.N.S side, mainly from like other family members, they would come over and we would have a good time. And so I really was sad that I kind of sabotaged that sleepover by throwing that chart in there, throwing the chart in the water. But I totally had told on myself because they kept saying, you already know, we know it was you might as well. And then so I said, I was like, well, I figured Mariah had told him. I talked to another friend, and they was like, dude, they use that same tactic on all of us. I was like, really? Yeah. That's like, why do you think everybody kept coming out with suckers, dude? And knowing who was like, they did like if they knew you had beef with somebody or knew it was somebody they were already doing that. And so they was like, dude, they did that with all of us. I said, really? They was like, yeah. They kept saying, we know it was you. You might as well come clean. You already know we told them. You was like, dude, it wasn't me. Like, if that person told you that, they're lying. And so they would be like, okay. So every time they would do that, the person would be like, that it definitely wasn't me. They're lying. But they wouldn't tell on me. And they were like, well, who did it? Well, if it wasn't you, who did it? They're like, no, but it wasn't me. I don't know why they threw my name. And so when they actually got to the person who did it, which they was like, they actually saved me for last, actually. And they waited for Mariah to come out. And then that's when I said, okay, yeah. I was like, well, how long do I gotta wait? So that was funny. That was definitely a vivid memory though. But we'll continue.
I'm a transparent motherfucker. So she comes out. I said, damn, because we had a little beef. I said, damn, okay. Because this had went class to class. Like, she wasn't even in our class, but all the other classes had knew that I had did it. So they was asking everybody. This was a big deal. This was a chart that literally would determine if you get suspended, if you would get a phone call home. Everybody at Charter School Applied Technologies, don't act like y'all know that. Flip your card, Paige, flip your card. We're calling home. You're getting suspended. Go in school suspension. My ass. Well, flipping a card every day. Flip your card, Jenny. Just flip your fucking card. Flip your card. How dare you? Because I was going to do what I wanted to do. Mr. Kenneth, you done got this. What we going to do that? Flip your card. I'm telling you, you ask anybody that knew me, that was their favorite thing. You already know, go to the box. That was in-school suspension. Jenny, you are now on pink. Go to the box. Because I was going to do me. I'm always riling up. And at that time, I wasn't unduated or had a chip on my shoulder about race and all these things. Like, it was everybody, when it comes, everybody in that classroom would listen to me, snap of a finger. Even my friend was like, yo, it's kind of crazy. Like, it's kind of, she was like, yo, that's the one that was homeschooled. She said, I see, she said, you won't be harming nobody. I was kind of a mean girl with certain things, but I grew up out of it. I was definitely a mean girl. Like in 6th, 7th, 8th grade. Actually, 6th, 7th grade. 8th grade, I had kind of grew up out of that. But yeah, the school, to hear these dude, let me get back on track. To hear this dude say, go to the public educations, it say homeschool is not good. That's crazy. Because my friend, she was smart as fuck. She was a different type of intelligent. Like, when I say, like, because she would always be, we would depend on each other. And the memory of a goldfish, she did. But she could see through systems, stuff that I couldn't see. She could see through systems. Like, she knew, she was like, yeah, she knew it was brainwashing, pretty much, my programming. And since I had always been in the school system, I couldn't see that. And so with her, when she saw it, she said, they do mind. She said, this school is experimenting on us, Jenny. I said, what? 6th grade. She said, this school is doing experimentation. And see, I knew in 4th grade when they were doing, grafting us off, but she said, no, this is, and I remember she said, no, this is some high level. She said, I don't like this school. She said, and they're very covertly racist. And I said, I knew, but I didn't care. That school was like sink or swim. She was like, you don't even be paying attention to stuff, certain looks, she would be breaking stuff because it would fly. Because I was wild. I don't do what the fuck I'm going to do. Everybody, let's go to the park. Miss Laveria, give me 50 cents. Give me ice cream. What? And then money is ice cream. He would give me the money too, Miss Laveria. He would give me the ice cream. But I remember he used to go off on me too. Like, I remember he's like, who's the teacher? You or me? Who is the teacher? He was all in my. I had pissed him off because I was like, you ain't even teaching that right. This is I mean, he walked up on me. Who is the teacher? And on white kids was cracking up. Everybody was cracking up, and I remember I wouldn't answer at first. I wouldn't even. I was thinking about me. Who is the teacher? Then after all that hollering, he could say, here's the 80 cents. Go get your ice cream. That was after the class, though. Like, come here, because he lived literally right around the corner from me. He worked at the Canisius camp. So like, here, we'll get you a motherfucking ice cream, you crazy ass. But that's how it was. But you're not gonna tell me. Even it was another home girl that was homeschooled. Trail trash, white trash. Smart as fuck. 98 average. And even she was kind of looking down, like, ugh, like, why are we here? Why are we here? So he ain't trying to, when I heard that kind of mind programming, I know people are brainwashed, but no, they had an agenda. They don't want niggas thinking. It's like they trying to put that anti-intellectual spirit. Like, it's cool to be anti-intellectual. Anybody that's educated, they're the D9, they're the ones that hold us back. No, no. The niggas that was selling the drugs, the hood niggas, all y'all, really? We're gonna talk about holding back? We're gonna talk about, really? Y'all really want to go there? They want to prop up, these hood stuff. Fine. But if y'all don't have that structure, you're gonna talk about decentralization. You ain't no structure. You got to still have to be organized with your decentralizations. Go be doomed. You ain't gonna be able to fake the funk and just steal my shit, plagiarize my intellectualism. You ain't gonna be able to just go and mimic or have a script or sound like it's me, or they trying to prop up some black female celebrities to take stuff out of my books and act like they coming up with it. No, it's coming from me. Repeat game of what y'all doing. You can't fake the funk. You can't fake that. I mean, they may even really be intellectuals, but be your motherfucking self. Why are you copying me? You don't even like me. And everybody know what they doing. You done took that, you working with them people. But it waters you down. Fine, do whatever you got to do. I understand it's hard out here. People got to get their money, whatever. I'm finding me a little customer remote service job from home too. I already got one, actually. I'm just waiting for it to start. So whatever. But damn, like, be yourself. Everybody else is already taken. You got to be yourself. Everybody else is already taken. And that's true light. You can't mimic light. You got to just be yourself. You are the light. If you be yourself, then your true self will shine. That's it. And so, it's about woulda, coulda, shoulda. They could have went to underground economy. They could have got, instead of underground economy with pimping and drug selling to their own community. How about taking over an industry, even if they won't let you in? Hair, $8 billion a year. Black women spend $8 billion a year on hair. Black men, you didn't think that was a gold mine? Black women always doing all these nails. Black men, you didn't think it was a gold mine? I don't care what it looked like. Because you're already pimping your women. Why didn't you think, okay, let me go learn some motherfucking nail technician skill? Y'all gonna do, we gonna do them motherfucking nails. Give me that money. What you going to the agents for? Give me that money. How much they spend? Probably $1 billion on that? Nails? Obviously, R&D. That's your research and development. That's your invention. That's $1 trillion. Hair, $8 billion. Black church, $1 billion a year. Yeah, $1.9 trillion. Economy. That's not spending power. You could multiply that probably. The spending power would probably be multiplied by that. By a certain factor. But that's just your industry, your capital, your IP, and your human labor, your human technology performance, human performance. It's right there. You didn't have to do, obviously music. We could go with the distribution, our own distribution. We don't have to worry about, make it the masses. No, the own insular community. Where's another? They burned down Tulsa. Okay, build it on. Or act secretly, like secretly build it. And God was
pause this real quick. Just so you know, we talk about the 1.9 trillion. I'm thinking more so on the level of GDP, but like your purchasing power. That it's not quite really what I was aiming for when we talk about purchasing power. The gross domestic product, I think, may be more in line with what I'm talking about. But just to keep things into perspective, we talk about 1.9 trillion. Australia and Italy has a nominal GDP of that. What right now, 1.9 trillion. And so when we talk about, just the IP alone of R&D, research and development, being, I would say, valued around 1 trillion easily just through invention, that's possible. Now, obviously, when we talk about invention, we're not talking about like this. We can do the tech thing, but for me, I think what's more impressive if we get into the aspect of free energy, then it could be considerably a lot more. But if even if it's how people there's if it's limited, then it's 1.9 trillion. But if we can tap out of that and get into more of the Kardashev scale, then we could obviously obviously be galactic. Now let me think. That's just three industries. That's not to mention your construction, your other industries, obviously. So I just was thinking of stuff that we would naturally be good at, like the 50,000 patents, that was from 1870 to 1940. Right now we're in 2025. I still think that we could develop IP, even with some of the ideas that the youth could come up with, that the average Black American come up with, that I got. I know that it could at least be at 1 trillion. And then, when we think about how the hair industry, in terms of if we had control over that market totally, that's 8 billion. That's another 8 billion. And then when we think of yearly income collectively of the Black church, that's 1 billion. And so that's three. Obviously, that's not to mention, remember when we had Negro basketball league, baseball league, football league, and you think of if someone was to tallied up that was probably another billion. So now we have 1.10 trillion. Now we have a higher GDP than Australia and Italy. Um, let's keep going. That's just then you have maybe the other supplemental economies to. Yeah, I wrote this down in the book. I'm not going to give all the ideas away, but in terms of some of the betting, like the lottery. But when we talk about lottery, that is used to fund other community. It's like a tax made fun. So yes, people would actually win a prize if they play the lottery. They will win something, but that money is not. It's not like you're gambling, because there would be stipulations, I think, on the lottery, because we don't want people to be addicted and losing their home and stuff gambling. But what would happen would that it would be taxed itself to prevent someone to developing addiction, but then that is like a supplemental fun tax. So it's like gamifying taxes, so to speak. It is optional. That's for people that want to say. I would think that you can even supplement that with the betting. The sports betting, but then also the actual lottery. And then people would win, and people would you have that supplemental economy right there. But then you would have the fact that the profits from that money is going to, and it would be earmarked like actual services that we need. Um, Probably the schooling, probably the healthcare, probably uh cleanup, waste management. That's another way that Black Americans, could, because we developed the lottery system. Everybody knows that we developed this betting system. And so what I'm saying is, instead of just getting, I was in like what 1920s, 1910s, fast forward to 1980s, instead of just sell these drugs to the community, that could have been but again, that's what I'm saying. They'll watch something and go to the community and offer money, and then someone would take it out. This is like the integration movement, and then you end up losing control over your local economies and whatnot. And so that's what happened then. But obviously, one could imagine that had someone been like, "No, we good on that," and we just are going to, and this could still happen now. We're going to develop, the sports and whatnot, and the ticket sales. Yes, it's there may be a betting with the ticket sales, but then also tie that with there's elements of the lottery, and that gets tax. If you're going to do betting, you're going to do lottery, it's going to be tax considerably higher than the other things. And again, it's optional. It's not. This is not be a tax that everybody be forced to pay. This is for people who like the betting, who play lottery. And the beauty of that is that the profits from that, and some of the surplus from that, it's going to our joy influencers. Remember, the joy influencers are the youth that program for the summer youth. um I think it was either summer, I don't know if it was year long, to bring joy into like the grocery stores during the winter time. We talked about that, to bring joy on college campuses, and entertainment through song and dance, but also waste management, upkeep, um, what else? Healthcare and education. And so those would be some things, that Black Americans could take advantage of. Even today, they could do that. Like, if are they? I don't know. But I think at the level of empire, and so my mind is not, I can't think of like, I'll funnel off my stuff to this current system, because I think this current system is utterly deplorable. And I think it's been deplorable for a long time. Now, as far as I'm at the level of taking out a pitchfork and just going after someone. The thing is, we don't know quite who to blame. There's players above players. You have intelligence agencies involved. You have potential secret service involved. You have I would even think the mob and the cartel. I'm not going to get into all of that. I don't need nobody in my head. Um, and then secret societies, and then possibly the party systems itself that ping pong us. And I've been very frustrated. I've been like, oh, the Democrats, oh, the Republicans, I just want out, I'm doing my own thing. Sometimes you see certain things, but all in all, I have to work on that. That's an issue with my temperament and my disillusionment with the system. That disillusionment can be handled better. It's okay to be disillusioned. It's okay to even walk away from it. It's just more so the energy that's produced from voicing those frustrations and the anger at, at it. It's as simple as that. Okay, so let me finish playing the video.
Laughing the other day, it's like, how they y'all could still be acting all downtrodden and acting all poor and stuff, but then when you go deep into the bayou or to the where the Negro is at, and we see the white people coming around to look at your towns where they had these black towns. They said, the guy was like, what I should have been doing was, when you saw him coming around, or have something like a decoy where it look all fucked up, shit everywhere, look all crazy, tires everywhere or whatever. But then when you get past a certain gate, you have your defense. But if you get past a certain gate, it look like motherfucking Tulsa. That's the real city. The real city out look crazy. Everybody, you even have maybe somebody acting. You pay them every day to act like they just drank it and falling all over the floor. But then when you get past that certain gate, you got to go past security. You see where you ID. This what God told me. He said, y'all sitting up there showing all that motherfucking wealth. You had 240 cities and stuff. Y'all walk around with motherfucking minks and shit. Yeah, them white people got, what the hell? They got more than us, and they gonna destroy your shit. You should have had motherfucking decoy. I was cracking up this. I should have been having somebody, as soon as the white folk drive, to see what you got. We ain't got nothing. And crawling all on the floor. We ain't got nothing. You got a sugar. But then when you go past a certain, we talking about maybe a mile in, that's the real city. Literally, and God said, that's what the fuck y'all should have been doing. The fuck you think you doing? What do you think these people are about? He's about prisoner of wars. Yeah, war. You cannot be doing all that. What you think I smack your motherfucking head up. And that's what I was saying. They said they got rid of that God because that God is mean, and it is mean. But it give you them ideas real quick, get you out your situation. If you follow, and God said, that's what y'all should have did. But you wanted to be free, like a wild horse. So go do what you want to do. And don't listen to me. Don't listen to nobody. You don't listen to your prophets. You don't listen to your intellect. You don't listen to your scholars. You don't listen to the ghetto prophet. You don't listen to the ghetto shaman. So fuck it. Do whatever you want to do. Laugh now, cry later. Parable of the Sower Consequences. You better read that Octavia Butler. She got a book called Parable of the Sower, and the book ends with that Yeshua's Parable of the Sower, the actual excerpt from the Bible. Interesting shit. 2024 is when the book takes place, but the book was written quite a bit ago. Octavia Butler. Seems like we got another time traveler. But that's one aspect of that. I was cracking up. That's that woulda, coulda, shoulda. Because I said, well, God, I said we could. They say you go and you have it all looking crazy, and then you go up. Them niggas ain't got nothing. Oh, they down bad. Ooh, the white folks get all happy. Ooh, they see them down bad. Ooh, but then a mile in, the minks, the different types of cars, the airplanes, the whole type, the whole shebang. Medical off the chain. Beautiful roads. We could have put motherfucking Silk Road, Gold Road, all types of stuff. You just sneak in you get some tray, you got some boats, you make sure it's off the coast of the ocean somewhere, your land is all good. So you're not landlocked, and you say, come on through, we got some trade and can't nobody see what you're doing. And study jazz, you done gave them the internet. Damn, we done gave them AI. Damn, something gotta give and something will give. Okay. That's just thing. You got that's 1.9 trillion spending power. So you didn't have to sell the drugs. You didn't have to do pimping of your own, tearing up your own community. You could have. Shit, is the materials around here right now. You can make probably a hair. You love the hair weave so much. Look what they like. What do you like to do? You love to drive. Niggas love to drive with the seat back. Or seat is all back. Love to drive. Niggas love mechanical engineering. And come up with all types of motors and wind power shit. Turbines. You love the same motor. The motherfucking what's it called? Hoverboard is you could take the hoverboard motors out of that and literally use that same motor to make wind power. And yes, there is experiments in children doing this right now. So black kids, come on, okay. So you got these things. You got that. That's somebody go look at that tree and see what kind of chemical you start putting on it. Earth friendly, no harm. Now, if you see somebody else take this idea and you run with it, don't support. Obviously, because I'm talking to black people because you don't know what chemical they're going to use, and it could put it on your head and it will be like fibroids or be poison. It's just like they made all them products. African Pride was not black owned. It was just a random white person. Certain organics that was messing up people's hair. It wasn't black owned. Dr. Miracles wasn't black owned. It was messing up people's heads, causing lesions and alopecia. Motherfuckers bald headed, no edges. And so, think about those things. But you got black women scientists that know the hair, that know them how to get that growth, that back superior knowledge of those things in science. Why? Come on now. When y'all get your asses out there, she talking about them trees. What you doing? Make the something on that wood. You go look at it. Is it tender? Is it something that is it rot at that point? Is it is it when it's wet? Is it when you combine it with something on that periodic table? It's going to take it into more of a hair texture. We can make some weird.
What I do want to say is, I think there's already something on the market with bamboo. So what you want to do is you would want to look for something with a similar texture to bamboo. As far as the different ingredient or the different one that you would use to build that up, you would need something similar to that the bamboo wood. And so I think that probably exists. Let me just, because again, I don't have interest. I have so many other inventions, believe it or not, even that deals with hair, that I've had for years, literally. Like I have inventions that I'm so backed up and behind because I don't have the funds to get patents and shit like that. And so this one was literally the day I did this video, 10 minutes before I did that video, I just came up with it. And so what I want to do is just let me just look up. I can do that real quick because I just didn't have any interest in this. Again, it's 10. So I would say look into red oak, maple, and hickory black women's. Red oak, hickory, and maple black women's in terms of making a hair that's similar to like Caniculon, but healthier. Make sure that it's, let's see, I think you can also probably do teak and acacia. And then you would, if you don't want to do that, develop a process. I'm gonna get this out. I don't know. I would say thermally modify it as well, because in that way you can enhance its resistance to moisture, insects, and decay. And if you're going to be making a hair weave, or a wig out of these things and on a mass level and selling it on the market, again, if you guys don't listen to this stuff, you guys you wanted to blacklist me and all these things and ignore me and all these things. This is literally potentially $1 billion invention, just like nothing. And it took less than 10 minutes to come up with. And again, if someone else like the Asians are listening or whoever else is listening, shit, and they run and do it and get the patent for it and get it, then that's on them. Now you say, well, why didn't you do it yourself? I literally don't have the money. My community does not support me, and we all know the power. Who the group that has made it where they financially blacklist people, and so it is what it is. Now, I don't want to be controlled, and so what I don't like is it's like that the level of things that I've had to conceal even within myself. I've dealt with people who have asked me about inventions in the past and asked me to, and it's always an element where it's like someone trying to you guys know what it is. You guys know what it is, and so you know you take it or leave it. But you guys saw that what I came up with that AI invention aggregation capstone at Columbia University. Um, yeah, that was one of my weakest inventions. And so there's other things. There's other, just like I'm working on something more so with sustainable energy and free energy and affordable housing. And so that's kind of where my interest is at right now. My interest is not in hair. I do have an invention for hair, and I want to capitalize on that. But what happened is, and I actually was someone in the code actually kind of made fun of me that they were doing it on purposely, that the Black community was doing it on purpose, like they're making sure that I can't capitalize on my ideas because of who I called out COINTELPRO in the Black reparation space. It was clear as day COINTELPRO. But I was told, even in a cryptic voice by someone, that haha, you are not able to capitalize on, your brilliance and intelligence. But the thing is, the whole community is set back 150 years behind this stupidity because they're getting paid by these white folks to go against me. They are doing themselves in quite considerably, and there's some people that even know how this ends. Like I talked to a black male time traveler. We know who time. When someone can put things in motion, and I would advise them to reconsider what they're doing. I would advise them to stop the gaslighting and the bullshit. We all know what time it is. We all know, like, even right now, they have like dark web stuff where they'll um, downplay the level of like I've seen how YouTube can even remove views behind the scenes. I've seen that, but also what they'll do is somebody will be streaming and watching. They'll watch it, but they'll stream it to it's like an underground network, and I'm also very much aware of that. It's very obvious. I don't really talk about that much, but it's been going on for quite a while. And I thought when other people were talking about that stuff, I thought they were crazy. I've heard this stuff, these theories that I'm talking about. I heard this shit from people decade ago, 15 years ago. And so it's not that I can't work with people. It's just that we're dealing with a system that is clearly not in the business of black that doesn't want to see black. They don't want to see black ownership. They're in the business of keeping black people out of markets, out of autonomy. I was just watching a video where literally we saw a white person saying the biggest threat to America. This is like, well, this was in like 2016, or the biggest threat is Black Americans. And this was like a government official at a conference, a meeting. Now I have that clip. I shared that clip. So you guys are not, and it's a particular group that keeps doing it. And so that group had came around me before, and it just sometimes you just got to follow your gut and your soul. Maybe this is not the planet to be inventing on. Maybe this is not the planet to build anything on. I have to consider that. you know um I can only, you say, people say, okay, you gotta have action, I agree with that, but I have to also have help. I've proven I have the ideas. I'm only one woman. I'm a woman. At the end of the day, where are these men? They wanted to go take, and make their, they wanted to take the easy way route out. And so there's a lot of there's a lot of foolishness around this. I would still need help. I would still even need support, even if nothing else, emotional support. If there's no incentive to build these things, then on this planet, then they'll just stay with fucking with me, there's at certain levels. certain dimensions, this process doesn't exist of going to get a patent and going to pay for a filing fee, going to pay for a trademark, going to pay. This is a very demented. It's demented to me. But that also doesn't mean you want your IP just stolen either. You don't freely give to people who didn't ask for it, and you don't freely give to people who have contempt for you, don't even like you. And so just, I would say, where we're at in the precipice with Black America, they're going to have to determine what type of leaders they want. They have to be smart on this. If they get caught up in ego and that crab in the barrel syndrome and the jealousy and all that, this then they're going to be walking into that digital gulag. It's very obvious, and they're going to choose it every time because it's like making, like how Sun Ra said, they replaced the God that was protecting them and made the white man their God, and they call him Lord, the landlord, and all these things, and massa and all these things. And so, obviously, I'm not saying that they redo that today, but if you look at the behavior of certain Black people, they certainly do. Now, all of us do not do that, but we all know. You call them the C word, you call them the symbol, you call them a sellout, you call them uh, the field nigga versus house nigga. That's a thing where people have this crab in a barrel syndrome, and they say, "Well, you trying to just be in the house nigga, you trying to be in the field nigga," and then people will say, "Well, I'd rather be in the house, nigga, making cornbread and be in the field all day." Here's the thing, because this is how my mind works. I just want you all motherfuckers to really understand me right here. And y'all might get offended right now because I'm a different breed of entity. Instead of arguing back and forth about field nigga, house nigga, why don't you exit the paradigm of the plantation itself, of this whole concept? Why don't you be, and the youth, hear me good, instead of being a house nigga, instead of being a field nigga, why don't you be Empress nigga? Why don't you be, why don't you be Emperor nigga? Why don't you be landowner nigga? Why don't you be independent nigga? Why are you competing for crumbs? Why are you talking about, let's just keep our head down and get this money, get this money? Hell no. I don't. So that's where I come crash down like I come in because it's like I huh like this is what Sun Ra was dealing with. Like the same thing when he was trying to he maintained all the way up to his death that he was an interdimensional being, an angel, quite to be frank, from Saturn. Now, I'm not from Saturn, but I have familiarity with Saturn. I think I don't talk about this much, but even on my channel I have a little bit. But some people have spent lifetimes on Saturn. Like some people are familiar with, like, you know what I mean, like the frequency, the energies of that old ancestral, because that's the planet of ancestral knowledge, karmic retribution, justice, order, structure, paradigm, systems building, and process thinking. What else? But it also has octaves. So the other octave of Saturn is kind of like a waste dump, so to speak. It holds shit. You have other octaves that are higher, that understands blind justice, that understands of logical orientation due to ancestral knowledge. The concept of time be due to the conception of awareness and the changes that necessitate the creation of timelines. But Saturn does have the power to destroy times. It's just that when humans want to organize consciousness or organize the idea of awareness themselves, they would create time. It's not that time is a bad thing. It's just that that's the process of it. Now there are higher octaves outside of Saturn that don't have the conception of time, and that's why you see like you have this rumor that Black Americans are colored people time, and then Jamaicans are they say over in Jamaica they're worse than colored people's time, and then even melanated people in a Cuba line, they have everything is, there's no time. You show up, you do whatever, you don't count on someone to do things on a structure. That's part of that energy outside of the octave of Saturn. It's more of you getting more into melanin where things don't have the perception of time. But the beauty of that, the intelligence of that is flow, but also still awareness. It's balance. You still must have structure and organization. And that's honestly it is how people take it. Um, white people are better at that. However, Black people do descend. Well, so melanated people do descend to through the dimensions to actually develop sometimes more structure and organization instead of entropy, right? Entropy, that is power. That's just raw primordial power. That's what we call chaos. But people on this planet say chaos is bad because it's in the realm of entropy, the realm of probability distribution, melanin, the Black woman. And so obviously anything they got associated with Black women, they gonna demonize it. It's oh my gosh. But chaos, you said chi, the cha, cut that's more of that relates to the feminine, but OS. Y'all want to go there? I'm gonna just get off the cold operating system. And so it's right in front of people, but it's an entropic. And so that's where that not caring about time come from. Colored people time, Negro time, y'all always late. And they say the Jamaicans is worse than the Black Americans with that, and the melanated. There is no conception of time. That's where that comes from. And so some people will, to develop more structure and organization, that's more of the material realm, right? That's more of the physical. And so that's where, and that's a lesson for us. If we are humbled enough, and if we're really humble enough, we can, and including myself, we can learn to be more structured and organized. Now, I would have to say I'm more on the neurotic side, very structured. And so I always enjoyed being around melanin and around my own community because I get to see the animation and the emotion and the feeling. Because I'm also a feeling person. I feel. I'm extremely intuitive. I just have an extreme logical analytical, so my mind is extreme. It's a little bit different, but I've always enjoyed to feel the energy. I've always enjoyed also. I'm extremely emotional. So the animation, that Black people have, that's fun to me. Like, so that's something that if you notice other cultures, they'll mimic, but when we get too animated, you notice they'll hold it against us. They'll be like, see, our cultures are so different. What is that? What is, oh my gosh, we can't understand that. Why are they want to dance at the graduation? Dance all on the graduation stage. That's not a big deal to me. But see, like, white people's minds are more mechanic. And so that will be a big deal to them. Like, to see that, it's like, oh my gosh, it's appalling pearl, clutching the pearls. But for us, that's not a big deal. Like, if we were all in our own little silos on our own planet, let's be real, that everybody, including probably the principal, including probably the teachers, including the students, we would, every time a student came out, it would be some music motherfucking playing, okay? Music playing and niggas dancing. Hey, because that's how much, I guess how many times the term sing is mentioned in the Bible over 400 times. Praise and dancing and Thanksgiving. Remember in Psalms is a 143 or 149. Let me get the because with some with Micah, David, and the dancing. And remember how even they was like, yo, he was cutting up such a jig, like he just was so vulgar because he danced so hard, his motherfucking clothes was falling off. And the ladies was, that's genuine. Go read it. It's right there. I'm not saying that's literally genuine, but I'm saying, how the niggas be dancing for the ladies. Go look at it. Let's go look at it together because y'all ain't gonna be saying y'all love this. That's a heretic, that's a demon, and all this stuff. Okay, so it was in Samuel's. Oh, I had it all in Samuel's. To Second Samuel 6. Okay, I actually just want to read it so you guys can see the analogy and the example, and even we'll have even a little bit of laughter about it as well, because I cracked up. I actually read this earlier and was cracking up. So Micah's content. Okay, so David danced before God with all his might, wearing a priestly garment. So he's part of the Chaldean Magi bloodline. So David and all the people of Israel brought up the ark of the God of God with shouts of joy and blowing a ram's horn. So music is to be calibrated at 432 hertz. What is the frequency of joy? 432 hertz. The term sing occurs singing occurs in the Bible over 400 times. So now we get praise and thanksgiving. Every time they praise and give thanksgiving, what is singing in the context of praise and thanksgiving? There's usually singing, music, and song with harp and what's the other instrument? Some sort of, it starts with a T, treble, harp and something. You guys can look it up yourself. And so you have that right there, and the blowing of ram's horns, which is the shofar. So you see shofar, you see. I actually found a couple of these blow horns from ancient tribe. I was reading something. I didn't find it physically. But what's interesting is that we talk about the Lion of Judah and Black Americans. Remember a couple of weeks ago, I said Black Americans have a natural tendency to understand music and dance really well. And so we get targeted for the music industry, at very young. Sometimes their parents will put them in there. But when you see all of that dance and all like that, all that singing, all like just the natural gifts of that particular bloodline. Now you know why. Now let's keep going. But the arc of, let's see, let me go here. They had cake of raisins, raisin bread. Okay. Now, how many of you niggas grew up eating raisin bread? They said cake of raisins. How many of you niggas? Everybody had raisins. Raisins was that was it. Oh, them elders of raisins. You was gonna get that box of raisins with that red box of raisins with that lady on it with that sun in the background. Everybody know what I'm talking about. Oh, you was gonna have raisin bread with motherfucking butter in the mornings. Okay, quit playing. It's right in front of y'all. It's shaved bread right there. Now, let's keep going. When David returned home to bless his own family, Michelle, how many Black people name is Michelle? The daughter of Saul came out to meet him. She said and discussed how distinguished the king of Israel looked today, shamelessly exposing himself to the serving girls like any other vulgar person might do. Now, look what he said to her. Because he was exposing himself to the serving girls dancing. That's how hard he was dancing. So imagine, when J.N.S. used to be on stage dancing for the girls, when Anthony Hamilton was on stage dancing for the girls. Now, it wasn't necessarily a stage, but in the context of you got an art, there is like, a centerfold, right? It may not be a raised stage, but it's still the concept of a stage, right? Now let's keep going. David retorted to Michelle, I was dancing before God, who chose me above your father and his family. He appointed me as the leader of Israel, the people of God. So I celebrate before God. Yes, I am even willing to look even more foolish. What is you saying? I'm even willing to look even more foolish than this, even to be humiliated in my own eyes. But those servant girls, they was checking your boy out. Let me read it exactly what it says. It said, but those servant girls you mentioned will indeed think I am distinguished. That's what he was saying. That's literally I want to read it exactly what it say. It say, but those servant girls you mentioned will indeed think I am distinguished. So he was dancing and cutting a jig, and she said, yeah, you was exposing yourself to the servant girls, doing all that damn dancing like a vulgar person might do. And he said, yes, I would. And I was dancing for God. And so what? So you can do this in a church. We did this in a church growing up. Now your clothes won't falling off or nothing, but that's why I was showing that video with them dance, doing them little the ghost dance, you know. There's another dance in that too, a couple of other ones. But it's those serving girls you mentioned, okay, they think they like the shit. They was cheering me on. Hey, 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 hey. They was cheering me on. So that's what that means. And I really had to say it to a family member who, oh, they dancing in the church, they singing in church. Oh, why is they sing in the Bible 400 times? Sing praise Thanksgiving. Kept saying, we prefer this over sacrifice. We prefer this over blood. God prefer that over blood sacrifice. But that God is mean. So that's why Black Americans walk away. And I ain't saying all of us, and I can't say I'm not here to do that. But I'm saying that's why a lot of they have the instant hardened heart and rejection to the Bible and to those things, which we get it. I'm not here to push stuff on a bloodline stuff on the entire of 50 million people. I think that could be very offensive because I know how it's offensive when someone's trying to reclassify me, and reclassify the Negro. So I personally understand that. So this is not this you in this book right here, for those who and then it's just for a small group of people. Other groups are all welcome to listen and learn as well. But what I'm saying is like for those that already decoded that, we're like, oh, that's some dancing shit that we do now. That's where it's coming from. But uh it's not meant to put it on everybody, but I just wanted people to see that example. Like, even though I teach very wild, I like to get the specific verses, but not necessarily. If I'm doing it from an intuitive space, it's already in you. When I was talking about the dancing and the singing and all those things, people try to, if you have an agenda to make someone, paint someone, oh, you're secular, you're trying to take us, you're trying to, do something, then that's unfortunately. But that's why I said, well, I'll just pull out the Bible, because I didn't realize that 97% of Black America, or 95%, was still Christians, but they are. And so the teaching has to be more in alignment with what people are familiar with. And that's easy to do. Like, that's not a problem. Like, if that's, I want to bring it down, and I was all into the, describing entropy. Well, that's nothing but the primordial darkness, devoid in the form that's in Genesis. Just that those things like that I was doing. Even when I talk about the Nike philosophy, I created Nike philosophy. What happens is it's not incompatible with the Ethiopian Bible. It's not, because if they understand quantum entanglement, there's like psychological parts of it, of understanding consciousness. So that's all the Nike philosophy does, is just try to make you understand your own traumas and how to cut through certain things and add new information. But that's just I think a personal thing. It's not to push it out on anyone. But to me, I also don't see it incompatible with any. I don't see it. It's not incompatible with Christianity. Meaning, like, to me, it's not at odds. It's not to push it on people, but also I don't think it's incompatible with any religion, or no religion at all. It's just a science of the mind. It's just something to understand, for me to process life experiences. The good and the bad, the traumas, and then to try to get to the bottom of the snapshots of those consciousness. And it is hard, because some things you don't want to revisit, right? You don't necessarily want to revisit every trauma. So, like, even you may even forget something. Something may trigger you. Like, I had like a cathartic experience earlier where the way a Black person responded to me reminded me how, like, the Black people would act at Columbia, how they would treat you like how a white person would treat you, or try to treat you. If they're hanging around a white person, they would switch up how they, treat you. And I hated that, and that's why I kind of stopped interacting with the corporate world, and stopped interacting, because it was just like, to me, that level of brainwashing, um it brings out a nastiness in myself. And God told, I was able to give a lesson on how to deal with that. God said, you are teaching at the level of people's brainwashing instead of teaching at the level of people's soul. Like, and it's causing you frustration, it's causing you to lash out, it's causing your delivery to be crazy as hell, because you're frustrated with the level of brainwashing. But their soul is not brainwashed. A soul can't be brainwashed. People go through once people evolve the soul and they remember, then that's the vastness of the potential of what they could be. And that was beautiful. It's also come from Sun Ra. Sun Ra said that, and then I said, well, can I get more clarity on that? I asked God for more clarity, because it shook me. I said, because God said, I want you to listen to this video, because this is what's going to help you be a better teacher. You are attacking people at the level of a brainwashing. And that's not even probably your students. Who cares? That's not even probably people that will listen to you. And if they are, you would have to still speak to their soul, the potential of where their soul will eventually get to. You have to teach at that level, and that there's more compassion in that. There's more the ability to not have this tension in the heart, this anger at the system, and this anger at the people that will lash back out. That's what I was feeling. And then I said, well, where did that come from? And I had to think. I had kind of thought of, like, how a Black person will kind of try to play another Black person to kind of win brownie points with a white person. And I had dealt with that my whole life, like in the workplace and stuff. And I never understood that type of thinking. You know, when I was at Columbia University, I would see, you know, all of the Asians huddled up, right? Working on something. They start a startup. You see all of the white students huddled up. They working on something together. And you would see all the other students, you know, I think you would see other, but when it would come with the black people, very few black people that were there, they would all be separated from one another. And so I would try to get us all together, and there was pushback against that, and oftentimes even hostility, most of the time hostility. And so I just didn't understand that. You know, I know people will probably felt a brokenness, and so maybe they said, well, we want to get away from black or whatever, or melanin, whatever it is, and just go to the white person because they don't want to got the money, they got the job. And so that's how they thought. But I would look at it, I said, well, the Asians, they got a whole startup, and they was really, you know, they didn't, you know, you weren't going to just walk up in their little crew when they all huddled up like that. It's about 8, 10 people huddled up discussing their next idea for a business at Columbia. And so when I would see, you know, and it really, really, really bothered me. I'm like, don't you think that it would make sense, just from observation alone, that we should huddle up too and start discussing things together of ideas? And when we would try it, guess who would all come over? Them white folks would come and break that shit up with it, you know? But my things, the culture should have been like, the white folks never felt comfortable going to break up the Asians, though. Never, never. Or even the Jews, they weren't going to walk up in a group, but they always felt comfortable doing it to the black folk. I wonder why. And we talk about gatekeeping. I wrote the book on gatekeeping in 2022. You know, and so that was one of the reasons why, believe it or not, because I saw that it wasn't just to attack Africans, because the group that I was trying to pull together, it was an African prince in there, and a couple, 2 other Africans too. That families were well off. And you know, when we talk about, like, okay, when we talk about the startups, y'all looking for jobs from these white folks. There's 2 software engineers. There's a marketer, and there's a person that understands business liaison, and then there's a researcher. I'm not the best marketer, but a researcher, research and development, and inventor, and tech head. That you know, it also knows a little bit of things. Why are we not starting a startup? I just couldn't understand that. And then it really, like, you know, that pain that W.E.B. Du Bois felt, or like how, like, you know, like Nina Simone just left and went to Africa, you know. I'm not advocating for that, but I'm saying that this is not, it's the system. Okay, I'm not complaining because, like, you know, I dislike Black Americans or anything. I'm just saying this system is the brainwashing was so far gone. I see why they just was like, even though these were Indians, you know, we talk about indigenous Americans, even though these are people that know their genealogy, like Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, you see why even James Baldwin, they were very much aware of their genealogy, but when they saw, like, and these are intellects, so when they see that kind of level, that will turn them off from, is there's no incentive to even participate in a system like that, because it's so corrupt. And you can't, you know, you don't want to go in, you know, they don't like you, so why would you go try to infiltrate an Asian group? You know, everybody got these issues with the color stuff. And so that's why that's why he fled to Europe. You know, that's why Josephine Baker, her ass fled too, because she just wanted to raise kids. Remember, she adopted all them different ethnicity kids. She adopted a white kid, Latino kid, Black American kid, uh all types of Indian kid. And she, remember, she had adopted all them kids, and she went to France and all this stuff, and just wanted to just raise. She had an obsession with adopting kids. Um, they were so racist to her in America, and these people act like, you know, we should be apologizing to them, or like we should be acting like we should just blindly forgive when they still doing it. They haven't changed their behavior. Not even probably in the slightest bit. And if you do have any modicum of intelligence and self-awareness, they're blocking you out, keeping you out of opportunities, jealous as fuck of you, stealing from you, telling your community not to fuck with you, paying your community not to fuck with you. And so you know, that there, to me, the only recourse is some. I mean, like, let's just keep it fucking real. What are we doing here? But what it would have, well, imagine if that small group, I think it was probably like about 6 of us, what if we did just decide to just, you know, it's never too late. obviously not with those particular people, but I'm just saying it's never too late. That's why we're doing this video. I've thrown out ideas that will get you that $1.9 trillion GDP. Actually, I can get you something that's even more of that higher. But Black Americans have to, you can't just rely on me to do everything. What the fuck? Like, what are we doing here? You would have to take action on some level. You idolizing celebrities, they ain't gonna do shit for you. You're idolizing political politicians, they most likely damn sure ain't gonna do nothing for you. You're idolizing quote unquote pro-black leaders that's on a payroll of certain, from certain people. They literally have said in this video that I was watching, I shared it on Blue Sky. You can look at it. She literally said the biggest problem in Black America, the biggest problem in America is Black Americans. So what they did was got people on their payroll. They said, well, if we can get Black influencers on our payroll, then we can steer how they're going to lead their community. And they just happen to want to push you back in politics and government contracts and reclassify you from what's on your genealogy records. And you think y'all, all I'll say is this, because I know people don't want to do any work or anything major, which even when you give them all of the frameworks, all of the military science, all of the blueprints to do it, they're just not making any effort. They just want to steal it from you. That's all it is. Or give it credit to another person that clearly had tried to kill me. All I can say is, like, if y'all got some time travelers in your family, some real ones, and they're not going to tell you. You just have to know. You will just have to know. They're not even going to talk to you out loud about it. Just ask them, what is the consequences of moving that way? Like, what do you foresee as the consequences of if we continue to move that way? Go ask your seers, go ask your oracles. If they real, they'll give you the answer. It's not obvious. It don't even take that. It just takes someone with good analytics, predictive analytics, that can look at it and see where y'all heading. And it's not good. It's just not good. You have to, don't ever lose that fighting spirit. And I don't think the system is the answer. I don't think politics is the answer. I just don't. I think that we could do politics just independently, like totally just outside of the paradigm. Like, I'm still going to run for president, but it ain't going to be like the conventional way that you guys think. It's not going to be like, Democrat, Republican, none of that. I can't. I know I can't. I have to do it my way, but it doesn't mean I'm not going to do it. I just know I have to do. I won't be able to be free. I won't be able to own my voice and have my own campaign the way I'm going to do it. And so, what comes out of it, the example that sparks the idea in the youth growing up. I think that there'll be people that will be able to study eventually what my whole body of work was, and I think that they'll follow in those footsteps. So a youth would probably, do it with considerably more boldness than I could. And so it's having that, them to be able to see that example of doing it outside of it. And then most likely the influence will reach inside the actual matrix, or something will crack and collapse. Black wormhole time. But the youth is what is most important. And our spirits should never be that broken where we just, can't get it together at this time. I'm gonna get off my soapbox. I'm not trying to hurt people's feelings or denigrate people. I'm just saying, it's certainly something that I think about on a daily basis, and admit that that is going to be the biggest thing that I have to heal from. I have to say, like, it does bring a lot of pain. And I remember someone, it was a Black elder, she used to say, Black elder, we talking about, and she's in her 80s now, and she used to say that y'all generation is going to weep for y'all children. Y'all have no idea what y'all walking into. We talking like 30 years ago, 40 years ago. She's like, that generation is gonna, and now she was talking to Generation X. She said, y'all gonna generation is gonna wait for y'all children. Now that's the millennials. That's the millennials. And guess what? And who's having the issues with housing, job market, even paying for grocery, motherfuckers using Klarna to get groceries and stuff. She was right on the money. And she was saying that before I was born. She was like, y'all Generation X, y'all gonna weak for y'all children. Y'all really are, based on where y'all heading. Because it was so many people, that crab in a barrel, because they make them play the game, and they fight each other and with me, I'm not in that. I know that people are that do that competition thing. You guys, it's not, because I know I'm gonna get gaslighted on this. Talk about it publicly. It's not hard to detect. I just think it's grotesque, and I just think we shouldn't be moving that way. Work together and build something on your fucking home. Like, build your empire and die trying. Go any other route, okay. But you claim you the tribe of Judah. But you're doing with how you moving, aligning with people that you know is against you, or even against me, and against your best and brightest. Okay. We'll see. Keep it up.
You got to start hair company. You can do all different textures.
So I'm about to play the rest of this. We got a little bit time left
to own that market again. Okay, where's the products at? We got what's Black owned products. You got to go in. You got to be in Target. Okay, Target. We don't what 24 billion. Lost 24 billion. Did you know boycotted them? Okay, so that's probably not even a thing. You gotta go underground. That's it. And you watch the show Underground, by the way. So now, lastly, because I'm about to get my ass pulled off here, I want to talk about will arranged marriage, close the wealth gap. I'm trying to do this in 10 minutes.
So actually, I have to manually redo the other live again. So just give me a moment. I have to do it one more time, and hopefully this would be the last time. Actually, I think it will, because we only got like a little bit left, but it's still important to do, at least to me. Oh, cool. Okay, so let's do that. This is like part 4. Maybe Instagram would allow it to go a little longer, but usually I would do X, but X, they done turned that into, man, it will bring out a dark side in you, because all that racism on X, whoo, I couldn't believe it. It was, and I've been working on healing and working on stuff, so like I couldn't understand. I'm like, this is not going to be good for me, because now, wait a minute. How do I? Okay, there we go. I could do it like that. Do it. Just give me a minute. Okay. And so we have that. And so let's go here. And again. Okay. Let me just check the sound, and then we can start part 3. I'm sorry, part 4 rather. I hope it says part 4. Did I put part 4? Excuse me. I'm not sure if I did part 4, but I should have. But I'm about to mute this, and we're gonna play the last of it out.
Only if it's like an arranged marriage, perhaps. It'd be based on pedigree and based on dowry. Look what they like. What do you like to do? You love to drive. Niggas love to drive with the seat back. Or seat is all back. Love to drive. Niggas love mechanical engineering. And come up with all types of motors and wind power shit. Turbines. You love the same motor, the motherfucking what's it called? Hoverboard is you could take the hoverboard motors out of that and literally use that same motor to make wind power. And yes, there is experiments in children doing this right now. So black kids, come on, okay. So you got these things, you got that. That's somebody go look at that tree and see what kind of chemical you start putting on it. Earth friendly, no harm. Now, if you see somebody else take this idea and you run with it, don't support, obviously, because I mean, I'm talking to Black people because you don't know what chemical they're going to use, and it could put it on your head and it will be like fibroids or be poison. It's just like they made all them product. African Pride was not Black owned. It was just a random white person. You know, certain organics that was messing up people's hair. It wasn't Black owned. Dr. Miracles wasn't Black owned. It was messing up people's heads, causing lesions and alopecia. Motherfuckers bald headed, no edges. And so, you know, think about those things. But you got Black women scientists that know the hair, that know them how to get that growth, that back superior knowledge of those things in science. Why? Come on now. One of y'all get your asses out there. She talking about them trees. What you doing? Make the something on that wood. You know, you go look at it. Is it tender? Is it something that is it rot at that point? Is it you know, is it when it's wet? Is it when you combine it with something on that periodic table? It's going to take it into more of a hair texture. We can make some wigs out of it, start a hair company. We can do all different textures and we can own that market again. Okay, where's the products at? We got what's Black owned products. You know, we got to go in, we got to be in Target. Okay, Target, we don't, what, 24 billion, I lost 24 billion. Did you know boycott it? Okay, so you know that's probably that's not even a thing. You gotta go underground. That's it. And you watch the show Underground, by the way. So now, lastly, because I'm about to get my ass up on off of here, I want to talk about will arranged marriage, close the wealth gap. I'm trying to do this in 10 minutes. Only if it's like an arranged marriage, perhaps. It'd be based on pedigree and based on dowry, and you got to have a plan. It's not even so much the arranged marriage is important, right? There's Black Americans that still go by on dowry. That, like, I know somebody that father will not that will not get married because they got 400 acres of land. This is a Black American. They got the Indian tribal card too. They got 400 acres of land, 474 acres of land, and they cannot find anybody that has a dowry on that level. Now they follow their own tradition. So, oh well. You know, it's like she probably would stay single. I don't know. Like, who, come on. Niggas is talking about you gotta work. Now, here's the thing. In that room that Reeves had, they kept saying, the Black women must work. The Black women, because they know we about to go down under. So they keep trying to put this Black women find a job. You gotta work for a corporation. Now they don't say, come work in our business. We got something for you. We got a job for you. No, they saying go work for a white man's corporation. And that stuff is stressful, the microaggressions and racism. Ain't no Black women thinking about that. A lot of Black women don't want to work. And then the practicality of working while pregnant and the practicality of working while raising a newborn baby, that becomes less. So why are you so focused on a woman's income? And you talk about you want hypergamy and submission. You want to, you know what I mean? Go listen to the room. It was the most mind-blowing thing. I was just like, these people are out of their mind. They're going to get us killed. They'll end up on a plantation again. Like that, their mindset. I just can't. Thank God not all Black Americans are like that. And so, you know, they were saying she has to work too. And I do agree that maybe 2 incomes, but what's the plan for that working? And where does children fit in? And where does off-grid homestead living fit in? Where's the natural living fit in? Where you don't work for a corporation for 40, 60, like where's the plan at? Is the money management good? Where's the plan? So if can marriage close the wealth gap? Not necessarily. No. Because marriage can get attacked by the government if they find out it is being used to close the wealth gap. You have to have an individualized plan, but you can't just blanket state marriage will close the wealth gap. It's a bunch of broke people that's married. It's a bunch of people that's, you know, when you look at billionaires, they'll marry a person that is not working, a woman that doesn't have as much as them, but they're intelligent and they're stay-at-home moms. She's not working. But when you go to the Black man, okay, we understand you, whatever, you ain't got no money, whatever. You're going to sit up there and try to, in that room, keep trying to say, you got to work. What's the plan? What do you make? How much do we need? We're going to leave grossly under our means, grossly under the means of what we actually do make, and then save something amount for a certain amount of time. The 10-year, you got a 7-year, 10-year, 15-year, 25-year plan. In 25 years, both of y'all need to be able to retire. Now you could do that off of 100K. 50K is going to take a little longer. That's just 100K. But what if you niggas is making 200 a piece? You could probably slash it in half then. What if it's 3? I'm saying if you got a plan and you stick to the plan, you treat it as a business. You can have love and fuck or whatever, but even the timing of when you have kids need to be planned out too, right beforehand. And I'll give you that plan. So I'm going to make it very clear. A marriage can only close the wealth gap if you have a plan of how to close it for your individual ass. But this blueprint I'm going to give, this should be for all Black Americans. And I am going to, because I know we need a little more structure in this community, I'm going to say start at age 23 through age 25. If you need to, age 28. There are people that just don't care about marriage. So this is not about them. I'm talking about systematic approach to marriage. It's very structured. It's very mechanical. That's why I'd say, shit, if you want to even do arranged marriage, fine. Started from 23 to 27. Okay. It's just 25-year plan. So, let's dial it back. 23 to 27, 25-year plan. Marriage can only close the wealth gap if you have a plan and if you possibly have a dowry. So I'm giving this to everybody. Look, this stuff I'm saying, I already know other people, other societies are going to copy it. If y'all let it go all out in one ear, out the ear, and push, well, we only care about, but y'all say politics, RNC shield come out, all this stuff. They're going to undermine the immigrants. Y'all on that nigga shit? Get out of here, because we on some high level. We about independence. We about self-determination. We about structure. We about intellectualism. We about the truth. All of that in love. I know I could be mean, but I do everything I do. I talk a lot of shit. At the end of the day, it's just talking shit. You get sensitive because you're too sensitive. Okay, but then you want to go walk in a trap because somebody is smiling in your face, but they hate your fucking guts. So I talk shit, but then my actions will speak otherwise in terms of the frameworks. Now, I'm not about to do all this work by myself. If I don't have niggas support, if I don't have community support, then shit, they just gonna be ideas. But can we get those thought forms into the physicality and the third rim and all this stuff, fourth rim? Of course we can, but I don't have no help. Why would you expect a Black woman that y'all know this government has fucked with, try to kill you? Notice certain groups, even in Black America, have, the certain group, COINTELPRO, and within Black America targeted me. Why would you expect me to do everything by myself and I don't get no support from this community? Not one. But one of the best ideas, because somebody paid you to act like you don't know who I am and paid the Masons and all that. Oh, everybody keep this covered up. I made one post up on Twitter. That's why they got my ass off of there. Within 2 hours, I saw one of the YouTubers that I watch, White Man, or I watch. He titled it something similar to what I had in that post, but he was giving the game out of that post to his peoples. Now they apparently saw the post because I'm looking at the comment section. Man, they was mentioning the specific things out of that post. And I was talking about you feed them in the fish, you get them, you feed them for one day, you teach them how to fish, you feed them for life, get the seeds, get the survival vote, blah blah blah. I found mine on fire. I probably should go back and take some screenshots of that. But my ex account is gone. But that's why they took it down, because there's like these white folks is literally like it was time 2 hours after I took that post. They say, man, yeah, I need to give me some survival seeds. I tried to give me some seeds and they sold me the wrong expiration date. And they's like, yeah, I'm tired of people giving me a fish too. Give me a fishing rod. Yep. I want a fishing rod. Then I heard the other person talking about the certain things. Yeah, the off-grid gig economy. It was literally stuff in that post from 2 hours. I said, this is crazy. And even within the video, he was talking about, yeah, so everybody don't panic. We can figure out a structure and it was getting out there. That's why the reaction, they wanted people panicking and acting crazy all on the internet, and that didn't happen. They said, let's open this bitch back up. We was talking about the, different materials for new housing and getting a house, inventing something that's 700 square feet, 1,500 square feet that can utilize free energy and all these things. And how do we do that with material we use with the dimensions, blah, 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 and so they took that, they opened the government right back up the day after that, because they realized, like, if the government is closed, by law, by constitutional law, by universal law, by God law, there's no government in it. So the only smart thing to do is to do your own parallel, to build your own system again. And they see how we could do that methodically like that. I was able to just, I'll say, here's a framework for doing an offline gig economy. Here's how we would distribute your, this is how we handle Christmas this year. Instead of buying all this bullshit toys and all this stuff, let's get seeds for people stocking stuff for Compass, stocking stuff for freeze dry grass food. I mean, freeze dry food, microgreens, hydroponic systems. Let's do that. Look all that. You got $50, whatever, Secret Santa and all this stuff. Get something that people can have for a long time. Start with seeds, compost, soil. So they don't want to cut off SNAP, EBT, and all that shit. Grow your own food. They don't want to do nothing for us. There ain't no government in. They open it back up. They say, oh, we need the cattle back in the system, okay? We need the sheep back in the system. We can't have them get no ideas and go following something else. So they open it back. I said, oh, they caught us, but that's when they say, here's a $2,000. They'll throw money at you. You're gonna sell yourself for $2,000. But no, take the check. I mean, if it's free and clear, the IRS send it, why not? But I believe it when I see it. And also, if they trying to say download this app and then go read this terms of service, or it's probably if it's in USDC or they trying to get you to do something with crypto, that's when I will go on alert. That's when I will get kind of like they trying to play us, do IRS stuff just like you did the last time with the COVID check. Okay, but let me get this framework done but I'm just saying, if y'all don't listen and then you get mad when other groups is 23 to 27, she said get married, we have a 25-year plan, here's our income, we do this, we did blah 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 blah. Don't get mad when you see it, because I guarantee you there will be even a small white community. They ain't gonna give me credit, they ain't gonna say they they got it from me, but they're going to be listening and they're going to most likely put it into action. Maybe not now, maybe not this year, but they will. So Black America, listen up. Got 23 to 27. Let's start with 100K first. I gotta have a calculator. So you have 100K, and this is with the women not working. The Black man, he's making 100K. 10-year plan. Actually, it's a 25-year plan, but we have milestones. So we have 25 years. First one, 7 years, he's making 100K. 100K. He decides we are going to live off of 3K a month. That gets you 36K a year. So y'all living off of, let me get a calculator out. Y'all living off of $36,000 a year. We talking about your rent is only $1,000. You might have to, depending. Hopefully, you don't have too much student loans. But if you don't, this is even better. But you may have to, calculate your student loan payment too. And there's room for that. There is a room for that. So you have 36K. So what's 100? 100. Let me just do it. I want to do this in my head, actually. 130, 140, 60, minus 4 is 56. 100. Wait a minute. Let me do this. Let's see if I got it right. 100 minus 30. No, that's not it. 100 minus 36. 160. 100 30. 40 to 60. Is that 54? How much is that? 50, 64. Okay. Too much. So it's 64. So now you're left with $64,000. Okay. You're going to have taxes. How much that drop you down? Maybe that's let's do 64 minus, let's do 24,000 in taxes, maybe. Is that it? So those will do 24,000 in taxes. 24 in taxes. And in the real world, we wouldn't have taxes, but let's just be real. We wouldn't be able to, we wouldn't have taxes. Notice I have a tokenomics system that can reduce taxes up to 60%. I did not release that. I do have it underground, obviously. I do have the blueprint for that. And then Elon Musk is talking about, we won't have to have taxes. We have to, but would y'all planning on going in my computer and taking my Google Drive with that tokenomics framework to eliminate the taxes? Is that what the plan is? Just know that idea came from me, and I have the screenshots to prove it. They already know that. They just trying to cover it up because they figure long as it's not a Black person, long as it's not, how they are. you have to feel superior to the Black person. And here's the richest person that fuck with me, deleting my eggs, shadow banning, and copying and stealing my. That's why I'm like, I don't see how anybody could be that brainwashed to be so hung up still on race, but they are, but they try to put it on me when I'm just merely responding to stuff that they're doing, stuff that they're, clearly doing, and then try to rebrand because they showed their face and got caught with that Doge stuff. Now they got to rebrand. And now they rebranding is shit was just saying stuff that we saw on College J.N.S website or whatever she done put out. It's kind of, I don't know what that's about. I don't even know how to feel about it. I don't even know if are they robots? Like, I don't even know. Like, oh, this is crazy. So you got 64K minus 24, so you got 64,000 minus 24,000. That's going to leave you with 40,000, right? And so you're going to have a significant savings. The beautiful thing about this plan is because this is going to be for 10 years straight. So remember, even though we got a 25-year plan, you're going to do this plan for 10 years straight. So, and this is off of just 100K. So do whatever your income is, do it off of that. The woman does not work because she's preparing for motherhood. She has to have 7 years to prepare for motherhood. Is 7 years you're going to plan within this 10 years, right? He's working for 10 years. She's taking 7 years to plan for motherhood. That means she could be doing the homestead garden. It depends. If you coming fresh out of college, y'all might not have enough to just go and get a piece of land and just start the homestead. So you might want to, this plan is for both. Either you want to do it up front before you have the baby, or you could do it 3 years after you have the baby. And there's income that is allotted to expansion of a homestead or off-grid free energy connection hookups. Okay, so so if you're lucky, maybe she spends that 7 years doing the energy hookups and homestead stuff in advance. If you guys have a save, you could do it probably before. If not, that's okay. She could still prepare for motherhood, midwifery skills, doula skills, going to parenting classes. Because let's be, I always say, they say, Tommy Summer say, the Black woman is the worst stores of children. We're talking about yourself. Ain't nobody say to go sell no drugs to your motherfucking community. So if that's the case, as you guys say, she can take 7 years to go motherfucking learn how to raise her children, go be a parent, good parent, growing food, gardening, all types of skills, even carpentry skills. She can learn carpentry skills within them 7 years. She ain't just sitting on her ass. You're going to learn how to do some motherfucking renovations around this house. Rent should be, we say we living off of $3K a month. What? $700 in rent. Maybe you got enough to get a tiny home. Within that year, you should be able to get a tiny home. There's no children involved, and small plot of land. Maybe it depends. Do what you know you can do, because you want to have a significant savings. 3K, grocery, car note, affordable card. Excuse me. This ain't about keeping up with no Joneses. Okay. Affordable car. What else? Grocery, insurance. Honestly, if she's learning doula, midwifery, naturopathy, chiropractic skills, even massage skills during them 7 years, she may need to be doing massage skills to massage a nigga to come home from work. All that's included. That's all in that 7 year span. I mean, you're making a literal prodigy savant for her children to prepare her for motherhood, so she could homeschool her own children. So she's learning these different skill sets. She's preparing meals, So you have insurance. What else? Maybe a loan. Maybe a car note. Keep it under. It has to be under 3K. If you go over, this plan is not going to work. It has to be 3K. Maybe 3,600 a month, but just keep it at 3K. You can live under. It's a plan. It's a frugal plan. Modest living for 10 years. Got to sacrifice long-term gain and stop doing that instant gratification. Listen to Rip's Room, and then listen to what compared to this plan that I'm giving, that high level strategy. Now you see why them niggas had sold me out and why they had turned on me, those FBA people. And that's not all of Black America, by the way. But now you'll see why, okay, the government certainly paid them to do that to her, because that's that just the plan alone, will bring them people that we don't close the fucking wealth gap. You're gonna say marriage close. Where's the plan? How? Okay, so we got 3K, we got 40K left. You're gonna need an emergency fund that you could just tap in off rip. Let's do 40K. Okay, so we got 40K left. That's after taxes. And that's after the 36,000 of your living expenses of what you guys are. That's the budget. That's it. You get, let's do per year, let's just put 3,000 in that account per year. So 3,000 times 10, that should be 30. I mean, that's anything happens. He loses a job or whatever. If you could do, it depends. Because here's the thing. You want another 3 for vacation per year. 3 for, now, if you really just want to just sacrifice for long-term gain in terms of just, okay, forego the vacation, let's do 6,000 emergency fund. So 6,000 times 10, that 10-year mark, you have 60,000 in there. That's just for emergency. Your vacation, or you could do, maybe you skip a year for vacation so you could have something, you might as well want to, maybe you want to do, maybe you have to pay off student loans or something. Maybe you have to pay off, the wedding, because, whatever it is. So now we add 40K minus 6,000. That's $34,000 in saving per year. So 34,000 cash per year. Now, if you want to invest in a Roth IRA, if you want to invest in the stock market, whatever, get some dividends, whatever, that's your business. I'm not giving that out. I don't know. I know about it, but obviously for legal reasons, we cannot do that. And so that's your business, however you want to figure that out. If you're going to do, at least try to keep 50% in cash or whatever, if you're going to do whatever you're going to do. But 34,000, that's just a year, per year, mind you. Per year off of this one black man's income of 100K. So we got 34,000 times what? 10. So then 10-year mark, he's going to have 340,000 cash. That doesn't count if he invests it. So it could be more, but at the minimum, he has 340,000 K. That's the 10-year mark, right? But let's back up a bit. She has her baby around the 7th. Mind you, we starting at 23 to 27 years old. So if you're 25, obviously in 7 years, you be 32, right? You have your baby at 32. Because even Francis Cress Wilson told the Black community, wait to have your babies until you're 30. So this is on board. If you're 23, in 7 years, you'll be 30. If you're 27, in 7 years, you'll be, is it 35? Yeah, you'll probably be 35 around that time. I'm trying to do this math in my head real quick. And so, it's you're in your 30s, but kids are expensive. You want to be prepared. You want to plan it. Okay. So 7-year mark, try to start getting pregnant. Now that's just, maybe it'll take you 3 years. Maybe it'll be the 8th year that you conceive or whatever, but 7th year, baby time. Okay. She's gonna, now I got 340 saved up. That's not even including if you invest in baby time. She's going to be a full-time mother. She has to breastfeed this baby, feed this baby, get up when the baby is crying. And it is her job. If this nigga is working and making this and making money and going to work every day, it is her job when the baby is crying for her to go and take care of it. It is what it is. And you could say, oh, that's pick me talk. It ain't pick me talk. If a motherfucker is going to work every day and your ass get it, I mean, that's only fair. That becomes a job. But she ain't, that don't mean she got to go to work too. No, because that's unfair. Then the workload is unbalanced. If a baby waking your ass up, it's 3 o'clock motherfucking morning. You got to train the baby. You got to train it. You got to hook up the damn carriage and stroller and shit. You got to do all that. He ain't got time to get to work. You at home. It's a stay-at-home job. And she's prepared for that. Maybe even have grandma, Mima come, Nana come and help out for a year, 1 year, maybe 6 months to a year. Okay, depending on how much you guys can get along. You have a tiny house, It's that 7 year. You have your own small plot of land. It is small, maybe 1 acre, maybe a quarter of an acre, whatever. But she's doing that. So you have to think about that as far as space, and it's modular. The tiny home is modular, which means you can add to it, so you can expand it, but you haven't expanded yet. So it's just now she has to start to think of, okay, it's that 7 year mark. We're gonna have to take a little bit of that 340. Can we do something to get that modular expanded? Or maybe you want to save it still and just live in that tiny ass space. It depends. 3 years full-time motherhood. At that 3 years, baby is 3 years old. At that 10 year, now it's 10 year mark. So she's for 3 years, it's 7th year of this 25 year plan. Baby comes, and for that next 3 years, full-time parenting, formative years. At that 10th year, homestead expansion starts. If you started before, good. If you can't, then homestead actually just starts. Then you want to do homestead expansion on a modular home. And then maybe you can maybe you want to trade in your car and get something a little fancier. I don't know, within budget, or get a land or a property. Mind you, you're not even taking out debt. You ain't even taking care of credit cards. No credit cards, none of that. All that access to credit, that ain't even. You don't need none of that with this motherfucking plan. You don't. Stop trying to keep with the Jones. Stop being a greedy motherfucker. So, he's still working though. He's still working. So at that 10 year mark, yep. So now maybe that 340 that he had at that 10 year mark is now 300,000. She's going to homeschool the baby. So no, you don't have to worry about private intuition or stuff. She took 7 years to become a genius, so she can actually do that for her child and teach it very.
Hey, Red Lips, how you doing? Glad to see you. I just saw your comment. Glad to see you.
Fucking well, but like, let's be real. I don't have any kids. I really don't have no interest in it based on the state of the consciousness on it. I don't have, look, if that's what's out there, what I heard in that room, no way. Whew, that was so traumatizing. But let's see if I did. Oh, that kid be a motherfucking genius, inventing shit every motherfucking day, all types of stuff. So now let's keep going. 15 year mark. We have what's 34. It's the same plan, 34,000 a year being saved after. Y'all still on that 36,000 plan. Actually, let's do. You ain't able to do that. Let's do 4,000. Let's add. So it's 36. Let's add. Let's bring it up to 40K because you gotta take care of the baby. For 4,000 for that baby. 4,000 is just for a baby per year. So now we minus 4,000, and that gives us 30,000. So from year 10 to year 15, we're at 30,000. 30,000 times 5. Boom. We have another $150,000. So now we're at, remember that 300K? You took 40K to expand. You took 40K to do whatever you wanted to, because the babies, and all those things. You had a good time. The baby's 3 years old. You needed to expand up, maybe get some farm equipment, whatever. Maybe pay for a nanny, whatever. 300,000 plus 150. You got $450,000. That's just at the 15 mark alone. 15 year mark. You're still saving it. So we have $450,000 cash. That's not including investments. So if you started at 25 plus 15, isn't that 40? 25 plus 15. He's 40 years old. He's 40 years old. We're only at the 15 mark. So he's 40 years old. Now, if she wants to, how old is the kid at this point? Let's see. He'll be 3. that kid was only 5 years, so he would be, it was 15-year mark. He would be 8 years old. She can work on that homestead and had a kid working on their homestead too. Or maybe she wants to pay for childcare and even jump back in the workforce herself to speed up the retirement, because retirement is coming next. Early retirement at that. So it's 15 years. And now he's still working 100K. He may have to, maybe he loses his job. Prepare. He may lose his job. He still got 450K. You know, you have investments. Don't put everything in Roth IRA. You won't be able to take it out. You get a penalty. You get a withdrawal penalty. Maybe you want to do a regular, another type of brokerage account, or investment account rather. 40K. Okay, so we had 40 years old. If he loses his job and all that stuff, you have a cushion. But remember, actually, it was 450 in his savings. But remember the emergency fund? We forgot to do the emergency fund, and it was, let's see, they didn't take any vacations. Let's just say they didn't take any vacations, right? So that was 6,000. Now at times 15. They did no vacations. They just saved for an emergency fund. Oh, up, you lost your job, nigga. 90K right in your emergency fund. And that's at the 15-year mark. Now, if you do it for 10 years, you got 60K. He loses his job, he still got 60K. That's an emergency fund to live off of. Okay. I forgot about that. We did take away 6,000 for the emergency fund. So now we're going to do 10 more years of him working. Let's just say he say, you know what? You know, do you want to speed it up? Do you want to have a little more?
Oh my gosh, this is volley. I'm glad you said something. Okay. Well, I'm still going. Oh man, that made my day. I didn't know this was volley. I thought you was another person. Cool beans.
What do you want to do? You want to go back to the workplace? You want to pay for the child care? What the fuck you want to do? I just want to expand our homestead. I just want to set this stuff up for our retirement. I'm going to spend the next 10 years. We're going to have jacuzzi. I do carpentry. We're about to make motherfucking jacuzzi. We're walking around this bucket naked. We about to, I want motherfucking ham with hammocks with the motherfucking lights all outside and, beautiful stuff outside. We will get a garden. I'm going to pay for landscaping on shit. I'm just going to focus on this shit out here. Okay, whatever. We're going to do 10 years. In 10 years, I'm motherfucking retiring. So I'm 40 years old. We both retire. Well, I'll be 50 years old when I retire. Okay, cool. And so they at that 30,000 still of saving per year, still living off of that 3K. Maybe they want to, I don't know. Do they want to do 3K or do they want to, let's see, they were at 36K. Actually, they were living off of 3,600 a month. Let's just bring it up to 4,000 a month. So they went to 4,000 a month. Okay. And so that being said, he's still making it. And this is just if he just kept 100K that whole time. Mind you, he most likely going to get a raise. Most likely going to be more than that. This is like frugal, bare minimum numbers. So let's do 100K minus that. Let's see, how much was the taxes? 24 and taxes. Oh shit, I did divide it. 100 minus 24,000, 76,000 minus. And said we're going to bring it up to, what's it, 36, 40,000. 6,000 in emergency savings again. Minus, wanted to do, what's 4,000 times 12? Is that 48, right? Let me just do it. 4,000 times 12. What's 40,000? Is that 48? Oh, that's 48. Okay, so we're doing it. So we're going to bring it up to 4,000 a month. And so let's do 70,000 minus 48,000. That's $22,000 saving. Now, this is for the last 10 years now. You already got 450,000. You're still doing your 6-year emergency fund. So that's another 60K. That'll be 150,000 at that 25 of just straight cash for saving. Just emergency rather. Now, let's do 22,000 times another 10. That's 220,000. Let's do 450. I mean, you should be able to retire if you do investments and all that stuff. That's 670,000. But then at that point, house should be paid. The tiny house is already paid off, most likely. You already added, your expansion around your 10th year. You expanded the tiny home probably to extra room. You have 670,000. Your taxes should be no more than $1,200 a year or something like that. Your car should be paid off. You shouldn't have nothing but insurance. You shouldn't have really much any debt. No credit cards. You'll have 670,000 at 50 years old. You can't retire off of that. Now that's just no investments, no credit cards. Meager living, 36,000. Then around that, when the baby comes, bring it up to 40,000. Now, in another, the last 10 years, you can do maybe 4,000. And you can get a little bit more. Think long term, Noah. But also, when it is time to retire, you think back. It's frugal living. You're already probably programmed to just live off of frugal living. And if you are investing, you could probably, you know what I mean? There's compound interest. There's drip. There's, if you do it, investment when you're 23, 24, 25, 26. But that system may not always be there. So don't totally rely on that. So be careful with that. But you'll have 18 years. 50 plus 18, 50. That's like 68. That's like 68. So that should, play with the numbers, because this is just at 100K. Most likely would make a lot more by that. I mean, I don't think nobody gonna be spending 25 years at just 100K. It's going to expand. It's going to get more. Maybe she does decide to jump in this system and work for a little bit too. So that could be more. You guys invest. That could be more. Just be careful. Maybe he wants to work more. Maybe he says, shit, I love my job. I'll retire at 60. So just think about that too. But that's just the basics, and that's just up 100K. The way these black men was talking, the way they was talking in Reed's room, them niggas make, he said he makes 200K. He said until I make 400K, the wife have to work. This is literally recorded in the space. It says, if I don't make $400,000 until I make $400,000, my wife has to work. What? And everybody was looking like, you a greedy. What are you spending your money on? What are you trying to live? Who are you trying to impress? Like, what are you doing? You're not even thinking how to get out of this system and how to live off this earth as a melanated being, knowing that we're prisoners of war. What are you talking about? You sound insane. Your woman wouldn't have to work off of 100K. Really, your woman wouldn't have to work off of 60K. If with this plan, you just got to cut it in half and do it a little bit different. You may not have it, and maybe you're saving a little bit more for, instead of going to vacation, you put for your emergency fund. Instead of increasing the amount you spend at that 10-year and 15-year mark, or around that last 10 years, maybe you just keep it at 36,000 a year the whole time. The whole time you keep it at 36,000. You could do that too, even with 60K. Okay. Maybe you get into investing. You could still do that same thing, and then still follow that same 25-year plan. Start it at 23, 27, get it systematic. Teach it to these children at young. Be on some Jack and Jill shit, whatever. You're going to have to. Y'all talking about y'all want to use marriage to close the wealth gap. Well, here's your motherfucking plan. Now, if you want to do 50K, if he only making 50K, and she said, well, I want to work. Because a lot of black women do like to work. I want to work. Shit, she make 50K too. Y'all still do the same plan. You just got to plan accordingly when you want to have your children. But plan it. Man, I just want to at-home side hustle. Work at home, little side hustle. I'll bring in an extra 3K a month, and we could save it, and you could make, that could work too. Whatever. Do it that way. and get it done. And you will see. Okay, so if y'all talking it like that, have a plan. Don't just throw out shit and then say, y'all, you gonna have to go to, they was saying go to college and get your credit, take out a credit card and student loan. No, don't do that. Tell these niggas to go get a trade. Go get a trade. Okay. Go get a trade. Plumbing, electrician, welding, electrical engineering, and technology, software engineering, medical, midwifery, doula, naturopath. Like, what are we doing? Like, they cutting off this shit. They telling you niggas to your face, go build your own shit. Go listen to Kylie J.N.S for a chance. Y'all said, yeah, man, y'all trying to go to our shit. We copying her motherfucking ass. What are y'all doing? Y'all sitting here trying to get up under us, and we telling you to your face we don't fucking like you. It's racist, more racist as ever have been. So why y'all not just doing your own thing? How you sitting here talking about y'all gonna go from the Democrats to Republicans? Y'all go fucking sell out. You ain't gotta go to neither one because none of them don't give a damn about us. Well, it feels that way. The Democrats, you haven't shown action. I mean, not where your base that you've had for so long. But the answer is not no Republican Party. I don't like that energy. And I'm gonna tell you this one thing. Let me get this stuff. I remember there was, I grew up in the hood. There were black pastors and stuff, and they would say how they values align more with conservatism. They values align more. That's why I said, why you don't even start your own conservative? Why did you want to just jump to the Republican Party? What was that even about? That's because that's the same military tactic that they use when they wanted to get Republican black people over to Democrats. It's just they just doing it in reverse, but it's gonna be worse. Unless the niggas have a plan, and their plan was to just steal my shit and kill me and do all types of wicked shit. And so that's why that stuff got shuttered, because they had very wicked plans as far as how they was trying to sacrifice me. Now, they could have just started their own conservative party, all types of stuff. They didn't think like that. But I was talking with this pastor and his wife, and he's like, this was a long time ago. And he was like, we actually is more conservative, and we became Republicans and all this stuff, and we was trying to get involved and, learn things about politics. He said, I just couldn't do it. He said, they are so racist. And he said, we had no choice. Like, we, even though our values align more with them, that racism. And then the black church, a lot of black people are more socialist and humanitarian, so they don't mind that safety net the Democrats have, but they also have conservative views. And so it is really confusing to them, when the Republican and stuff, and then like they too racist. They too fucking racist. That spirit is a patronizing spirit. It's a spirit. I'm the same way, because I'm actually more conservative, but I do believe in socialist libertarian. That's why I said, fuck it, I'm gonna create my own system. Social libertarianism, because I'm so done with the government, because that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Like, don't nobody think no myopic ass black or white box, checkerboard or chessboard. No, motherfuckers don't like none of that crazy shit that the Democrats are pushing. Don't nobody care about a lot of that other stuff. But yeah, we don't want to see children go hungry. We want to see people have a safety net for women if they have a child or whatever. We want to practice family planning. I gave y'all the plan. I gave you family planning. So you can't say, oh, I'm not that type of nigga. I gave y'all a whole motherfucking plan without the social credit system, without the system, whatever. Something basic. Keep your head down and get your money. Shut the fuck up in 25 years and blah, blah, blah. Maybe you move out the country with all that money. I don't know. But I'm just saying, so yeah. But when you get to conservatives and stuff, they promoting stuff that I don't fucking like either. They all that. I don't like all that. Like, it's too. So I'm like, I just come up with social libertarianism. And I remember that black pastor was saying, he's like, shit, we are more charitable as a people. They just had this social experiment they came out with, where they showed, they asked the Muslims for help. I actually had this screenshot too, where this post came from. They had this white girl with a 9-month-old baby. She needed help with food and things at this time. And she went to the Muslims, 100%. She was just experimenting. 100% of the Muslim mosque she went to, they helped her. Then she went to the Buddhist temple. 100% of them had helped her. She went to the Christian. Out of 33 churches, Christian churches, only 9 said yes. Out of all 9 churches, they were all Black churches. They supposedly Christian. But only the Black churches helped them. And so the RNC always pushing all this Christian stuff, but no white church. You see what I'm saying? This was a white girl with a whole baby. Okay? It wasn't a Black woman, white girl. And so, it is a known thing. Like, even I remember, somebody vagabond coming to the church even when I was in there at 18. And I remember, a Black man said, "Oh, we ain't giving you no money. We won't give you no money, but we will give you motherfucking food. Make sure you eat. Give you something." So that's how the Black church is. And so you have to think of those things. But he did say, he made it very clear. He was like, they were just too racist. And so we felt we had no choice but to just get involved with more Democrat politics. With the exception of, notice a lot of the Black church during Bush, George Bush, his father and senior and other George Bush. Notice a lot of the pastors, they always, sorry, I'm outside. Notice they always supported. They got in good with the Bush administration because they had got tangibles for the church. Now, they didn't trickle down to the Black community at all. But when it come to what George Bush had visited all them Black churches, and I don't know if it was senior or the other one, but notice they helped get him in office. A lot of people don't know that because they had, maybe a backdoor deal, whatever it was. But whatever it was, they liked it. They liked, and so that was like the only time where you seen them kind of go conservative or Republican was when Bush, sorry for the noise, was when Bush was in office. But yeah, there's that pretty fascinating stuff. So I think I'm in this video on here, I think I said what I needed to say, and I'm gonna head up on off of here. Oh, I don't think that's I got distracted. But yeah, so that, so my whole thing is we don't have to have a political party to be conservative. You don't have to have a political party to be liberal if they don't have an agenda for us. If they have an agenda for us, fine. But if they don't, come up with your own contingency plans. Because whatever they doing, they shutting it down. They getting rid of these things. They getting rid of EBTs and all this stuff. And once you all panicking, well, you don't have to. You merely need to find a way to structure the community to where if they do shutter shit, we'll still be good. And it's as simple as that. And so I'm about to head up off of here. And you guys have a good day. Bye.
Okay, so that's the end of the presentation. And so I guess I'm going to stop sharing. What comes up on Rumble? Okay, if you're on Rumble, let me just try to at least do a studio overlay. Yeah, we're going to head up off of here. And so you guys have a great weekend, of course. Let me just make sure. Oh, yeah, and Instagram with me. And then, hi, Ikora. Happy to see you. I had to redo the parts on the Instagram, so this is like part 4, actually. And I'm at the end it on here, so you guys have a good weekend. And then, let's see, I'll do Rumble. Oops, maybe show sure the end of the insurance is expected. If not, it's a news creative. Okay. So that. Okay. Now I'm gonna close it on Rumble. If you're on Rumble, have a good weekend. And now YouTube. And so we have Bowley Bowley. She says, have a beautiful weekend. You too. I'm glad to see you. You made my day. I hope you're doing great and I hope all is well. And so, God bless. You guys have a great weekend. Bye.